Testing. Good
Good evening, dear viewers, and welcome to Hyrule. What's this on the screen? A sneak peek of what's to come. But first, we need to get
Guys, look!
into what has already begun.
Oh wait,
Ah, that's right. That's right. It's grandma time. So, we rejoin.
not the thieves can't kind this
Oh
time
no.
either.
Indeed.
The one time we might meet an actual grandma on this in this
You too,
campaign.
Parker. Yes. So, here we are, dreamers, schemers, and memers. It is gamer time. And, oh, water the Lee. Thank you. So, when last we left our adventuring party, they had come to a feast with an ancient elf, and learned rather suddenly that their companion Zion must necessarily be of the bloodline of the ancient inventor Rivara. In fact, it may be Rivara oneself. So, here we are, and yeah, Covering has lowered his weapon and is looking on in awe. Zion, I believe you dropped the stave.
No, I was gonna go put it down, and
Right.
then he held my hand to not put it down.
Yes. So you are still held to your
Oh.
hand, and you got the stave.
I will slowly look back at Tento.
Dentists are just like raising eyebrows, like, what do you want me to do about it? What do you want me to say?
You talk about grandmas.
No. Zion, he's actually means grandma.
Zion looks around.
Do you not mean grandma before?
Everyone.
Looks at the staff.
Yeah, you do look at the staff. It seems right to you somehow, like the tone of it is the tone of you. As if though rather than you needing to attune to the item is already attuned to you. You sense that it holds two charges, and it feels as if though it could morph into a different form, but that it would augment your casting while you held it as a stave.
Uh,
You're overwhelmed with its potential powers and abilities, and Karinia looks at you and says, "It can't be. After all these years, we assumed the worst. But how?"
I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, there's only one explanation. Look, and the staff is glowing blue in Zion's hands, and it has lifted it.
Is there
And
only one explanation? Lonnie is actually asking.
Elrenia says, "Zion, try to focus the power of the staff."
Uh, huh?
You almost instinctively move your hands into position on the glowing blue grip, and a beam of blue light emerges from the tip. An arcane light, glowing, striking at glittering strands of magic and lighting up the wall on a single pinprick. Elrenia looks on in excitement and says, "No one has made the staff do that in hundreds of years. I am of the blood, but I am not exactly like Rivara. There is no other way. The tonal resonance is certain. But you're the final Warforged made by my grandmother. Unless... Oh my goodness. Of course. Of course." He puts a hand to his head, leans back, and says, "That explains everything. Yes.
Can
You
you explain
Sorry, that was such a good response from you,
Yeah.
though. I'm sorry. That was just a good one.
he narrowed his eyes, and he says, "Wait. Let me." And he quickly pops a blue potion, drinks it, like wipes his lips, drops the glass, it shatters, looks around, hands up. No. No, it is real. None of your fae. So that means. He looks at you and says, "Of course, they owe you an explanation. But first, could you do something for me?"
it?
Could you show me your core?
It's a little bright.
I am prepared.
All right. Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, so there's a bright white
He
light
did.
that emanates from Zion. A pulse of a ghostly light. No, it's a white pulse, and he's overtaken by this. His eyes go wide. He says, "Yes, I see." And like your chassis is slightly open to reveal the equipoised moon blood when it comes unpoised. And he reaches out towards a crystal, a circular crystal in a banded cage deep in your chassis. And he touches the rim of it. And the golden rings around it spin just lightly, making a revving sound. He says, "Yes." Oh my goodness. You figured it out. You.
You know, you still haven't explained anything.
Of course. That's the trick. Tell me, how many
Alright.
times have you been accosted on the road with Faye trying to assassinate Zion?
None that I can
None?
remember.
0?
Precisely. And yet I gaze upon an ancient elvish soul. How can that be? Think about it. Grandma, you transferred yourself into your final creation. The Fae couldn't find you because you don't have an elf's body. You smell of metal and lubricant, not flesh and blood. Fae ancestry in your bones and transcended. It's beautiful. And he blinks and looks at you longingly and says, "I never dreamed to see you again. Oh, but how we will have to remind you of everything you have forgotten. Clearly there's a toll for wandering so great and long a journey. Tell me, what do you remember? What's the earliest thing you can remember, Zion?"
I woke up in the laboratory with Treadfar.
Wait, Dreadfar was there?
Laboratory with Treadfar.
Yeah, they're friends.
Yeah, they're
Dollar.
friends, but Dreadfar never mentioned that he was there when Zion woke up.
I
To
think.
be fair, we also didn't ask how they met.
I think.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
true.
know if it matters.
That's fair.
I think we should ask them. Yes, but the laboratory. Yes. Yes. Oh, makes sense. He paces around the table, he ponders the stave in your hand, and he says, "You are Nephir Ravara, and each of your creations has a special trait, ability, or weapon. Zion. Zion's soul core was unique in ways that never made sense until now. You made a soul core with redundant space. Large enough, yes, large enough to mask its true presence. Of course. So they can't find you. This is ingenious. And he looks at you and he says, I know you may not remember who you are, but I remember you. When I was just a wee boy on your knee in the workshop, and my father, X1, brought me to see you. Creations, your inventions, your laboratory. This is extraordinary. I have. And he looks like he's looking down at himself and his hands. He says, I have to show you everything. And he claps his hands on Zion's shoulders. Come, please. Perhaps if I show you everything, you'll remember.
Hey, Zion? Are you okay with all this?
Yeah.
Okay. This.
No.
Oh, no.
You stop talking.
We didn't ask you.
And I didn't ask you to interfere in my family's affairs.
Zion,
Ooh,
what do
being
you
snappy, aren't
want?
we?
I am curious. I would like to figure out why I don't have memories.
Renia says, well, the answer obviously lies with Treadfar. I'm sure they have some context or vital clue. Perhaps the laboratory exchange created some sort of a greater issue. An explosion, a run back in the power, some sort of interference.
You're making a lot of assumptions.
Oh, forgive me, I'm a bard. I didn't exactly follow in the family tradition of Arkhenry. Although I am studied in such devices to an extent. And he fingers his metal-stringed guitar on his side and he says, listen, esteemed guests. Why don't we take the nice? Why don't we break from dinner and have a tour of my many halls? I can show you pieces of art that you knew before. Perhaps it will jog your memory, your past creations as well.
Insight check. He's trying to get Zion alone.
Yeah, roll insight. Legitimately does not give a shit if any of you are there. Just does not want you to like get in the way or, take Zion away right now. But it does not care if you're there or not. Not trying to get Zion alone. Legitimately thinks this is my grandmother, and if I can just jog her memory by showing her things I know she made or saw in life, she'll come back. That is completely convinced what this dude is thinking right now.
Lonnie is gonna just write something on a scrap piece of paper for now and keep it in her hand for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And
Santa's gonna. Wait, were we on scones? I think we were on scones.
actually,
There are several stones.
Lonnie is gonna hand the note to Kento and ask him to slip it into Zion's hands.
I'm sorry, what was the last bit?
Lonnie's gonna hand the note to you and
Mhm.
ask you to slip into Zion's hand unseen.
Okay.
And seen by other people. Like, make sure Zion knows he has a nose.
Well, I would. A tour sounds lovely. Esteto eats a scone.
Of course, there must be music for so grand an occasion.
As soon as I'm assuming he like does like a grand like hand gesture. Sento's gonna try to slip the note to Zion.
Mm-hmm. He says music, and he begins to play.
Oh yeah, it definitely there's definitely time just to slip the note.
And he says, "No, I have just a thought. Dear sweet grandmother, to you I dedicate this." And he strums. He whips out, like, he's kept this thing to his side the whole time. But he has some sort of guitar instrument which has metal strings. And when he, like, slaps his middle finger across two of them, there's a spark of electricity. The blue glow kicks at the tip, and he lets rip. His eyes roll back, he pushes his mouth up, and a note, a visible, palpable note of the word, bursts into the room. And you all remember. Everyone makes an int save.
Is this magical?
Save?
It is, yes, it is an int save, it is magical in nature.
Is this a 21
Woo! 19! Yeah!
It's not inherently a hostile action.
I presume.
My dice rolls are as usual.
Kabancho, your mind is muddled and you can't quite remember anything. Lonnie.
Would I recognize this as a spell?
Damn! Lumi rolled a 20!
Lily's a smart girl, despite the -1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
Lumi is
spell
smart.
in, like, a mechanical sense of, like, it's magic he's doing.
No, I failed my insight check. I wouldn't do anything.
Now, Lonnie, you remember a dream that you had. You remember tossing and turning and the sea. You remember the sea. You tried to drown out the moment you woke up, so that it would fade away. You didn't want to remember the waters rushing in all around. But you see a woman amidst the waters. Again, the same winter elf. And she appears to be perhaps a paladin? Perhaps, no, a druid. Yes. She bears a crown of root. Her face painted with dyes. You see her stood before an altar, and perhaps on a chalice? It's hard to say, they're shadowed forms. Water swirls all around, and you find yourself in the middle of a vortex, but she does not seem to see it. If she does, she's not afraid. And you see her, a beam of moonlight. The voice says, Ilara the Moonstruck will become a great druid. And in her eyes, you know it is true. And she opens her mouth to speak a spell. The edge of the memory's tolerance was reached, but you cast back now and be certain that she casts Entangle. And as the vines whip out, they dig fast, hundreds of feet wide, and grow along the edge of the vortex and begin to stitch together and grab the water. And, yeah. Kailara the Moonstruck. And that's what you remember, right? Lonnie. Lonnie has a painful memory of her herd, of her tribe, of her pack. the wolves running in the moon. She remembers what it was before. And... Oh, oops. Yeah, Lumia remembers being a wolf. You do not remember being a wolf.
Man, does the
This-
thing name
is
them
that- is that-
specifically to have this happen? I mean, what?
Is that foreshadowing?
Oh, don't
Are
worry.
they both the same
I
being?
mistake the name of two different player characters called Gambaro and Wunung in my Sunday night game. I'm just bad at this.
Oh, so it's,
Yeah, and
I'm just gonna conclude a clever foreshadowing.
appreciate that. And yeah, Tento, you remember.
Hi.
You remember your mother lying you down in that altar. You remember someone dark and shadowed coming. You remember the terrible expanse of Fae that you were stolen from in just the nick of time. Do you remember the cool, safe embrace of a king in shadow? You feel as if though a deep childhood memory you had suppressed for so long returns to you. And Zion, you are looking at yourself. Your body is open. A gloved hand that feels so implicitly recognizable as to not stand out whatsoever in the memory pours over an orb. So small, you think, to hold a soul and a spirit. You check the bands for it feels like the 10,000th time. And you ponder if you haven't made something better than the Fae could have ever given to your ancestors. As a woman of science, you know the only way to get that answer is to experiment. And the memory cuts. Calrinia looks at you hopefully and says, Did you remember? Did you remember anything?
I remember something unpleasant. Please don't do that again.
He says,
I don't remember anything. What's going on?
My apologies. My performance was done in haste. I should not have
What did you
perturbed my
cast on
guests.
us?
I spoke the word remembrance, that you might remember. Forgive me. I'm so obsessed with my reminiscences that I had forgotten that memories can be... Oh well, I know memories can be painful, but I had forgotten that some do not choose to wallow in them. My sincere apologies. I have been overtaken in this moment of exuberance.
I appreciate the apology.
And
I accept it.
he looks then to Zion and says, What do you remember?
I saw me.
Of course.
But I wasn't in me.
Yes. It perfectly makes sense. What were you doing?
Experimenting.
Of course. It must be a memory from just before, or around the time of you transferring yourself. Perhaps there's some sort of mental block around the event. I can't imagine what it must have been like. Oh, well, listen to me ramble. Come. I will keep my music of the more mortal sort and show you around. Please, come with me. Come with me to the noontime solar.
Gonna whispers on. Did you read that note, Lonnie? I gave you. That Lonnie gave me to give you.
Zion will read it.
All right, now important
Not
note.
allowed.
Important note. Calrinia is like not taking his eyes off of you. So how do you read the note?
Just to be sure. I know
Zion
how
will
you
just
work
look at
Zion.
Alright. Yeah, so you just like hold up a note, which
You hold it up
did you
like
make a sleight of hand?
it.
Did you make a sleight of hand to pass it?
I guess my hand real quick.
Just after all the hard work that Tento puts in.
Calrinia
Is that 3?
Calrinia gives
Yeah.
you like a quizzical look, but he doesn't say anything. But he's
Oh,
clearly
that's
noticed
5.
you.
Okay.
Cough, cough. His passive perception is higher than 17.
I figured. I saw the
Also,
three. I was like,
imagine
he
Zion just like
Yep.
holding it out
Zion's
like
just
this.
like, then this is like, yeah, you know, I should have expected that much.
Yeah, it just says, send a message or say cabbage if you want to get out of here.
Okay.
Like,
Just out loud.
Dental just sort of shrugs at Lonnie. He's like, I'm trying my best.
Calrinia looks at you expectantly, as if though a puppy might, looking at their owner. Says, "Oh, so wonderful!" And he kind of like like frolics ahead of you, playing music. The guards are a little like unfazed by this, but you get the feeling that they are a little surprised he's so energetic.
Be awkward if he finds out he's not, Zion's not.
Can't help but feel bad for guys. Grandma must have meant a lot to him.
Yeah, and so y'all, I presume, follow.
Yeah.
What about the machine of no name? Is it following as well?
Yeah, I mean, I assume that hasn't been told to stay. I don't think. So in the main hall, Calrinia points to the painting and said, "And this is the grand meeting of all elves. And this," and he comes in and he comes down. He slams this button, and there is the sound of as you guys look into, and like this is a high solar. There's like glass up above, tinted gold glass that lets sun down during noontime. You must imagine it's a brilliant room with all the gold lining and the way the sun plays off of it. But suspended there from like the beams is one of the machine bodies made by Rivara. And Calrinia says, "This model was found by a group of wandering adventurers. They were seeking to pawn it off on someone, and I managed to offer them a small fortune for it, rather than a large one."
You know it was made by your grandma.
Oh, simple. My father had several of her designs. Oh, of course. And he whistles, and a guard pops in, and he says, "Ah, yes, do have the papers fetched. The designs for the Warforged. You're certain, sir?" "Absolutely." "Oh, all right. We'll have to get it out of the vault." "Yes, yes." And so there's a shuffling, and he's like, "Why wait for them? As you can see," he gesticulates up, and he says, "You can see the craftswomanship. You can see the way that the arms are twisted into a unique pair of hook gauntlet launchers. You can see its ability to extend. If you look at the feet there, and you see it's got these like dug out like spike tracks. Like, yes, it's able to moor itself. In this fashion, it is better at resisting attempts to move it." "Oh, you're always experimenting with styles and forms." And but yeah, he also like scoops up a wall ornament. He points to it, and you do see NR in like cursive Elvish script on the corner of it, and he says, "And this was your calling card back before you just started putting numbers on things. Well, numbers and letters. But here, look, this device. It appears as if though it was merely for beauty, but..." And he, takes a cog and spins it, and there's a sparking on one side. He says, see? It discharges static electricity, and the air around it in filaments grooved just inside the far half. Additionally, this spigot here is intended to be using lamp oil for fire, so you can both charge things and burn things. Ingenious. I believe it was a desk ornament, and also mostly used as a paperweight, but it's brilliant. Look at your work! And he holds it up to you. You, it looks like, you know, a thing that, yeah, would be on someone's desk. To you, it's a natural thing to be on someone's desk, but you don't necessarily put that stock in it.
Do you have blueprints of her design? Is Zion not in there?
Yes, Zion is. That's why I recognized the model. And that's how I know that Zion was the last one, because when we found Grandmother's laboratory abandoned, it was the last one that she ever drew up.
But Zion wasn't there?
He shakes his head.
Is there more of me?
You mean 210Ns?
Yes.
No. Outside of a handful of instances of slight variance duplicate models, like the 120L and its variants, for the most
Have
part.
this shit memorized?
No, you prided yourself on unique aspects and elements for each one of them. You were always iterating, designing something better. Now, you inspect the metal body. Zion, it looks like the core area where Zion's like core is has been like severely damaged, and a brass reproduction has been inserted, but there's no core in there. There's no soul crystal. It looks like some of the as Rivara describes this. Oh yes, and they're of course hooked up to those charging stations. Oh, I remember you had conveyor belts as well. And as Rivara describes it, all of you kind of get a similar impression of, hey, didn't I once have a weird dreamscape passage involving Fault, where I walked through a lab that sounds just like this and fought 120L variants?
Oh shit, did we?
I don't
Yeah,
remember it.
you did.
Mhm. It's where we went into that green thing.
Was that?
I think that was like a different emotion, right? It was
Mhm.
like green.
That was envy.
Yeah, green was the envy. Blue was you went into the sloth, the blue and the teal. So
I'm
he's
sorry, I'm just stupid.
that's not good. I mean, I'm talking about an event that happened literally real life a year ago or more. So don't feel like
Yeah, I'm just thinking about like the tunnel passage.
Yeah, so Calrinia, remember when like you guys walked out into the alleyway and all of the Anoraks, like blaming Kabancho, came down? Blaming
Oh,
him,
they're also okay.
and like the impossibly
Isn't that when,
warped
like,
version
also
of the
more, like-
alleyway.
Yeah, that
Yeah, that
part
was
I
the first time I
remember.
did.
For some reason, I don't remember the conveyor belt, but I will trust y'all.
It was a connection between that and the warped version of the history of the town, which was right before.
I remember
yeah.
that bit.
Yeah, and then you summoned your werewolf allies. Anyway, point is,
Mhm.
you go to
Oh,
memory lane.
yeah.
Calrinia keeps producing just like various odds and ends that appear to be from the lab. There's a pen. There's like a writing tablet. There are various ornaments. You see this like beautiful high solar sunroom is full of ornaments from Napier Rivara's lab that were able to be retrieved. He says, now this one was tricky. And he pulls out a small rod, clicks the side, and extends, several feet out to either side. Then it glows. And he's like, this has had been, shall we say, it fell into less erudite hands, and was liberated by a group of adventurers who heard that I had an interest in your things. Oh yes, I do recall I gave them some magic sword or other involving fireballs for it. The sort of droll thing that fascinates a young adventurer.
Lee, was that a reference?
Wait, that was definitely a reference.
I mean,
Or
That's
the
definitely a
reason.
reference.
you might have encountered a sword that could do that before.
Who knows?
It wasn't it when we got.
I think that wrecked us.
We got
TPK'd?
First, we got
Party
we
wipe.
almost got TVK'd.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
you
it's
all
a
hit
button.
0 HP and got saved by an enemy, is what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
No?
sure one of us would have rolled a nat 20, right?
Yeah, so Calrinia is chilling. And he's just showing Zion all these things. Zion, how are you reacting to all of these things that look like something that plausibly you're like, yeah, sure. Like, I could remember that, or I could not.
Yeah, that was a thing I did.
They all look like, of course, that thing should look like that. Like, to you, they're not remarkable. They are technically impressive, but somehow feel unremarkable.
Rude.
And he says, does any of this jog a memory?
Not really. They just feel.
Well,
Okay.
Perhaps, because they're mundane to you. Come, allow us to examine more art. And he, Calrinia says, oh yes, by all means, just try not to shock yourself. And he
Ooh.
presses a button and it like folds back in and he tosses it to you. A friend of my grandmother's is a friend of mine. Come, come. And like the guards are kind of starting to look like between each other, like, what the fuck did the boss man just say?
I know he says weird shit, but like this is a different level here.
you see Tenta like just like pop it back. I was like, ooh. She starts swinging it around.
Yeah, and someone says, hey, I'd be careful with that thing. And yeah, it crackles and sparks. Blue lightning.
Ooh, this is so cool. I don't know what Zion was talking about. This is neat.
So in the West Wing, there are vast paintings on the wall and murals and metal embossed work. They are significant. They all look very beautiful, but Calrinia comes up to one vast wall painting in particular and says, and this was your reproduction of the embrace of summer and winter. And you see on it a beautifully painted elvish woman, or not elvish, you realize, but rather fey woman, holding a fey man. And you can see, by virtue of all of the details and the religious iconography, that this is the Queen of Summer and the King of Winter.
Like seen Zion draw before. Does it look like? I mean, like I don't know how hard it is to tell with like realism.
Oh,
Because
well,
I
so
presume
it-
Zion
it-
produces stuff realistically.
Important to note that Calrinia says this is your reproduction of, but doesn't say you reproduced it. More implied, this is the copy you own of this great work. But I mean, it could be one that Gravar reproduced. But no, it doesn't. I don't think it. I think Zion's drawing is fairly technical. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
Mm-hmm.
There is a high degree of realism, but it's like if you know what Soviet realism is, like it's supposed to look like the real world, but there is a pop and a fantasticalism to it, and it has that. And I mean, it is a magical subject. It is that two of the 2 out of the 4 most powerful Fae. And you look at it, Zion, and you roll an int save. Zion, you remember this painting, and you remember a woman's voice. And she says, "Fine, get it out of here before I cut it to shreds. Only because it's you and they fear. Anyone else, it would already be riven." And you see something is ripped apart and destroyed. A machine of some kind. There's blood and oil all over the floor. This painting has been untouched in a brilliant golden frame. And you just have the thought, this is the key. He says, "I remember you would often stop to ponder this piece as we were wandering the halls of the laboratory. It was only the only paintings you had up, and by far the largest. You never did tell us how you came across a reproduction of this. It's very rare."
Could I see in that memory what the woman looked like, or I just heard a voice?
So you hear her voice, and she is like to your left, right? You know you're looking at a painting, you're looking at some sort of like fucked up battlefield where you destroyed a construct, maybe? And you know she's off just to the left. But if you want to try and like turn your mental mind's eye and like remember another detail of the scene, roll int save with disadvantage. So close and yet so far. You almost turn, but when you turn, you see a blank mannequin. But as you look at that blank mannequin, you hear your own thought. Of course, she wouldn't want to see this. A painful reminder. And that's all you have. But you just have a distinct feeling that there's something about this person speaking and her relationship. Although you do note something else on the mannequin. She's wearing a crown.
Did your grandmother have someone she went to battle with?
Well, I mean, she had her creations. As an esteemed elf, you had connections in the community. You didn't like to talk too much about your long trips. We were always so worried that next time you wouldn't come back, but he shrugs. As it turns out, we lost you at home. And he seems a little downtrodden at that, but he turns to you and says, "Ah, but you're here now, Grandma."
Is all too much for me right now.
Of course,
Could you just call me Zion?
Of course. Zion, and he seems a little sad to say that. But he says, "Of course, I have been an ill host to you. Shall we resume with the further courses of the meal and adjourn? I have lavish rooms prepared for you, and you are free to, of course, wander the halls of your liberty." And there's a sound of a palace guard comes around the corner and says, "The papers." And says, "Of course, hand them to Zion here." Say, if you're absolutely certain, I am. Looks back and forth, looks at Zion, and says, well, here they are." And you see a thick stack of papers. And they are very well drawn up schematics. Schematics of you. Schematics of machines just like you. Rivara, Warforge, schematics. You know, 50% complete. In truth, these are only about half, although I've seen many of the others and studied some of those which do not have schematics and tried to draw my own.
Could
You,
I spread it on the table?
yeah, you spread out all the papers. The writing looks familiar to you, although it also looks softer than your own hand. How you write now.
How, like, is being able to see someone else's soul like a known thing that can happen?
In what you mean, like what Calrinia did earlier?
Yeah.
Well, Calrinia looked right at a portion of Zion's anatomy that seems to be like a blue, sparkling, like orb thing. Inside its body, really close to its core. So you don't normally look inside someone's chest and see their soul, but Zion isn't a meat person, so maybe the rules are different.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
also
there are
like he
there-
would need to be able to match it up to his grandma's soul. So he would have to have seen his grandma's soul or something.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like he's drawing some conclusions here, right? Like, you think he totally believes it, but you don't think that he, technically speaking, has like incontrovertible proof. But it is possible, particularly for a bard of his abilities, able to use magic like he uses it, to do things like see someone's soul or hear someone's soul, and then be able to match it later. Of
Like,
course,
it's not
you don't know
unheard
how.
of.
Not unheard of, and some people are born naturally with the talent, but you don't know how cultivated his talents were when he knew his grandma.
Yeah.
He's talking about this like he was a kid. He's an elf, so he lives a long time, but
Yeah.
Zion, you look out over the papers, and you see things that look very logical to you. Of course, this was the progression between these devices. You can arrange them chronologically with ease. You come to the final one. 210N. And you look at what appears to be your body. Although you can't help but notice there's one element that doesn't line up. And, yeah, it appears to be a curved device with several important symbols drawn on it. It's labeled the Runic Mithril Redundancy Curve, and it seems to hook around the core and the spirit core. So it seems as if though soul crystal, I should say. It seems as if though there's supposed to be something inside of you, or there is space inside of you for it, but it isn't there. You don't immediately know what it would do. You can go me an Arcana if you want. Alright, Zion, here's your conclusion. Very quickly, you determine that is a failsafe. It's supposed to prevent possessions or blowouts or issues with the housing of the spirit and soul. In theory, even if your Warforged body were to quote-unquote die, as long as that piece were in place, you should just be able to get things reset. it should defend the part of you that's you from any real damage. The runes are protective and reinforcing in nature, and they add redundant security. Additionally, they seem to have some relationship between the equipoised Moonblood core and the Soul Crystal. You think it makes both the soul in the Soul Crystal and the Moonblood core more powerful.
So I'll open up the core.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you pop it open and you see where that piece should go, right? It should hook onto the crystal and the core, and it just isn't there. And Javaris looks over your shoulder and says, "Oh, that is curious." He points and says, "You were beginning to grow interested in dwarven runes. I think you had a passing familiarity with the basic concepts, but you were delving into the more esoteric and detailed ones that they prefer to not let outsiders know too much about. Of course, with your renown and prestige in craft, they were more willing to deal with you." The shape of it. What if this is the missing piece?
In the memory that I first got of looking at my body,
Now you realize.
was it there?
It wasn't in you yet. It was on the table in the background of the memory. It had already been made. It was glowing faintly like the runes were online. You just had to hook it in. Because you had the spirit core out and you were looking at it empty, and you were messing with it, so you were going to put them in together.
Is it missing? Or did I... not put it in?
Irenia blinks and thinks and says, "If Treadfar found you in your lab, I think they're the only person who could say. I mean, this is assuming a lot of things about the timeline. No, Treadfar is too young. You've been missing for too long. Perhaps you were somewhere else trying to find me? I can't say. Ah, we can use magic to locate it, of course. We have a perfect image of the item, and it's familiar to you, I'm sure, if you just think about it. With those two things, all we need now is powerful enough divination magic. We'll find it."
Zion looks at Lonnie.
I other someone else in the temple might be able to, but I
Of course, it's no bother. I would hate to impose upon my guests by requesting divination services of you.
Oh, you don't want to do it?
no, I can't find objects.
Is that what we're looking for? I'm sorry.
Right?
He just started rambling, and I started phasing out.
And he says, "Well, either way,
like the divination magic I do is not that kind usually."
question is if it was
okay.
inside of you in the first place or not. If you chose to never put it in, perhaps you had some reason. I confess, the esoteric of dwarven runes is beyond me. Perhaps you could consult with a dwarvish runesmith of some caliber. Although they would need to be fairly advanced in their craft, I believe. I don't even recognize those two." And he points to two runes that you vaguely believe have something to do with a cycle of life and death, and a coupling of energy sources. I don't think I've ever even seen those. Outside of your notes here, I suppose.
I'm gonna look at the painting. Okay. Do I know if there's any like other symbols that they represent?
Roll me a religion.
Greetings from the Andrews sisters. I'm Patty. I'm Maxine. And I'm Laverne.
So here's what you know.
So
It's not a one.
Here's what
can
you know.
I?
Yeah.
Do I notice him trying to remember something?
Yeah, you
or
see it like pondering.
I noticed the
He's
brain.
trying to just grind the gears. He's just trying to get it
yeah,
started
I
up.
hear the actual wording in the head. And, can I use Twisted Fate on this?
The hard drive goes into overdrive. Yeah, twist it.
I hear the gears.
Gears like just try to turn.
I mean, I guess for Zion, you might actually be
Hey,
able
got a
to hear the gears.
All right, Zion, you're at a
Yeah.
clean 10.
I don't know if you can use your Spark of Genius on this or not, or Flash of Genius.
Do you want to?
I don't know how I would do it though.
Oh, does it not apply?
Tell
to-
yourself to remember.
Oh, it's not a self buff. It can only help buff your friends. Never mind. Yeah.
Oh, I
it's
thought it
not?
was a self
That's
buff.
interesting.
Or,
I
oh
didn't
wait.
know that.
It-
Actually,
Help us help you.
Help us help you.
I
Look,
don't
we're trying to
remember
help
if it is
you.
or
The
not.
Remember us.
wording.
you or another creature you can see within 30
Yeah.
feet. No, yeah, you can use it yourself.
Yeah, I thought you totally used one.
Yeah, but I don't know how that would go.
Same logic.
Just use more logic to find logic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just use more logic.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
just brain harder.
Yeah, I'll just
Just
use
brain
Spark of Genius.
harder. I like that one a lot. Just think harder, forehead.
Thinking harder. All right, that's a 14.
I'm now thinking harder.
That's a good one. Just brain harder.
Yeah, so you want to pop it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a +7 right now, or?
No, 4.
Alright, so 14.
Mm-hmm.
I love how we can bring almost any shitty roll to double digits at least.
You look at the painting, and you see something beautiful, something profound, something elegant, something that astounds. You see, and realize the symbolism here. So, what this painting suggests. So, elves are the products of Fae attempting to biologically reproduce. Winter elves are descendants of the Winter Court. Summer elves are descendants of the Summer Court. The Frelzar, or the Free Elves, are the children born between the courts. They are the product of either, like having kids between the courts, or Fae of the two different courts having babies. And guess what? This is strongly implying that the Frelzalfar do not have an origin in like elves having kids, but rather originate from they themselves doing it.
Tento is still confused of what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, we should go back to the food. I'm sure everyone's still hungry.
Don't mind us, Scion. It's okay.
No, I'm actually starving. Let's go back to
Jump,
dinner.
jump.
No,
So you
It
head back
doesn't
through the
here.
elegant and grand, twisting golden halls of the Elvish Viceroy. You find your way back to...
Zion will take the papers.
You grab the papers, you have them with you. And, the meal continues. So...
Now with our host playing favorites.
Yes, well, shall we say the host has gone from, broadly being interested in everyone to being quite focused on Zion. And Zion, do you pick up the power stave or do you leave it? Power stave.
I'll leave it for now.
Right. And Lonnie, do you return to the table or are you chilling?
Oh wait, the meat, where'd it go?
Lumi hit it all already.
Lumi hit it all
I hope
already.
so.
Don't worry, bring more.
Oh no! What happened to her food?
Very content.
There's a mystery afoot.
She determines that it is in the palace that it is easiest to hunt meat. It seems to present itself well cooked. So, you guys go through the scones, you go through several layers and ponderances of food and fibrous fruits, meat, greens, various sauces and preparations. A roast boar is brought forth, glazed and honeyed, with a delicious crisping orange apple in its mouth. And there is fine glazed lemony cakes alongside your plum wines, water, and punch. And as it's all, winding down, there are little, cheesy snacks with a tiny bit of finely cut meat, a cracker. And, yeah, Kelrinia says, well, I see that we've all had quite the appetite.
I hope you don't eat like this every day. I'm so full.
Yes.
I eat like this every day.
Wait, you eat like this every day, Tento? Is that why we're always low on food?
Oh no. I cook like this. What are you talking
you
about?
cook like this every day. Yeah.
Now then.
Does
Okay.
Tento cook like this? Like, how is this compared to Tento's cooking?
Now there is a pondersome question. You are all clearly a group of great esteem, and I had thought to learn your character and what sort of people you were before asking more direct questions. However, given that my dear grandmother is in your company, I trust you implicitly. Allow me to be direct. Taka and Laza, what do you think their intentions are? In the event of war, would they break in favor of one side or the other, or would they remain neutral? Further war than already on goes.
I believe they would take the path that involves the lesser lives laws.
He nods. So, when the invasion of Devuda comes, you think they would remain neutral?
And the hope is yes.
He looks around at everyone. He looks around at everyone as if though to gauge different reactions.
Kabancho's hesitant on answering, but I don't think they'll stay neutral.
Or these are the new leaders.
Yeah, this is Taka and Laza, who you guys left in charge, or they were in charge. Where's
Devuda?
Devuda is. I'll bring up the map. It seems like a good time.
Northwest of us.
Good time to have the map out. We're talking about relative position of provinces.
Who's invading Davuda now?
He said when the invasion of Davuda comes, do you think Cathadak will be neutral?
Look at that hermitage. Safe behind the war lines.
I hope that's the first place they burn down.
Yeah, they're gonna cross the whole Davuda just to go to the hermitage first. Um,
Why not?
they were
It's
trying
funny.
to take over Davuda because
Whoever
the
holds Davuda
person's
gets
vote?
to votes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and he says, so the Duchess Gerbon Rose Oberond obviously has her intentions to lead from the north. She has been stymied by Tessin. She won't be stymied forever. I am, of course, her loyal servant as viceroy of this city and overseer of this province. However, I too desire the lesser of the bloodsheds, and I will tell you freely that though her name means strength, Trout believes that Cathadak is going to come to Davuda's aid, or more precisely, press into her lands while she's attacking Davuda. She could be dissuaded from making a rash action soon.
What is he trying to say?
Roll an insight if you want.
she's not sure either.
Is he gonna try
Hey,
to throw
double
her his
digits.
weight? Hey, double digits.
Okay, Tento, what he's saying is,
Your double digits goes to the 20s.
if the Duchess thinks,
Goddamn.
that Davuda isn't going to get major backup,
Mhm.
she's going to invade just as soon as she's done with Tessin.
Mm.
But in the event that Cathadak is like, nah, we're going to attack you if you attack Davuda, if she thinks that's the situation, that Mirko or Gerbochland would be invaded, or even just like they would come and directly help in Davuda proper,
Mm-hmm.
in that case, what would happen would be she would not be so gung ho.
Yeah. This is not a fun fight.
She would not.
Surrounded.
She would not feel so free because Cathadak's surrounded by her, but that also means Cathadak can punch out into 3 of her 4 provinces.
Mm-hmm.
You also note Cathadak shares a land border with Mirko. He could march right in here and make things a little hazy for him.
Yeah, she wouldn't be able to really support them either.
Yep. So there is a lot going on here, but that's more or less what he's saying. Is do you think Cathadak would back up Davuda?
So you called us to a dinner just to get our opinions on the Cathadak leaders?
Oh no, I called you to dinner because I find you fascinating. I did suspect that you had all sorts of insights. And with
Didn't
the war
you-
growing worse, I do worry about my people's health. But he shrugs and says, don't feel compelled to answer. But it wasn't the
Said you
question I
wanted
was going to...
gauge our character before you asked this.
It's not the sort of question that I would have asked someone who I was concerned might be concerned more with profit and death, the well-being of the people.
But I think Cathadak would probably back up the Buddha.
He nods and says, that is good. If we can leave the Duchess with that impression, great
Why
death
is
could be
that good for
forestalled.
you?
Because it involves less fighting.
Well, yes, but you were the viceroy, like
My
in Merco,
my
in the
people,
Duchess's
my people
land.
do fight in the Duchess's armies, which means they die when the Duchess goes to war. And when the Duchess invites greater wars and conflicts, my people know more suffering. I have held the viceroyship of this province for hundreds of years by having a simple policy. I have no interest in holding the lineal flame. Whosoever is the obvious heir apparent, I permit to take it, on the condition that I still run the province and the city.
But don't you have an inherent, I don't know, like obligation to the Duchess?
I do, yes. If the Duchess orders me to ride to war, then I will send her a kindly worded letter explaining that I am quite indisposed at home, but will be sending my forces to assist her.
Trying to make sure he doesn't have to do that.
He nods. Just so. I am loyal.
Insight on. Lonnie wants to insight on that.
I have never been a man fond of betrayal. Yeah, you don't want to say. Who knows?
Sounds about
Lonnie?
right.
One.
I'm gonna abstain from this conversation for right now.
Alright, anybody else?
Come on, Casey, roll that one so I can win that bet. Make my prediction come through. Come on.
No,
You're
come on,
so close there.
I already rolled an insight. What more do you want from me? I can't roll
I don't
it
know.
twice.
Roll strength. Roll a strength
Okay,
check.
just because strength doesn't mean I'm gonna roll one on strength.
Oh, but
You
it
know
would be
that.
thematic.
It would be. All right, time to go.
Zion.
Try to lift up the stave.
I think it's like
Zion
throw
is
food at-
not paying attention at all.
No, Zion's just face
Zion's
out.
got other things
Yeah,
on its mind
Zion's
at the
going through
moment.
an
you
literal
know?
identity crisis right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, like this is an actual identity crisis Zion's going through. So
Is
don't
Zion sitting there
blame
like
Zion.
silently, or is Zion like just reading the papers at the dinner table?
You hear the gears turning in his head.
Grandma's reading the newspaper.
It's just looking over the papers.
in like a worrying fashion or like a like
Like in front of the
calm fa-
library fashion, or is it like just
the fucking
Process. in front of the library when Zion kept running into walls?
Oh, that's what you mean. That wasn't in the library, was it?
That was in front of the
Okay.
library.
I was on the way to the... More just trying to figure out how the things are working.
Zion's learning a lot, going on an inner journey, learning a lot about itself. Looking at its
What's
insides.
really I need to find my inner self. Like I really need to find my inner self.
What
Like-
makes me tick?
Like, where are they?
What makes me me? Like in a like an absolute sense, not like a literal like not in a like spiritual
Philosophical?
sense. Like actually what makes me me.
Oh no! Oh no! Why you not sign up for a philosophy debate today?
Sorry, getting off track. Yeah, it's dental belief. If the rumors correctly about those two too, they want to stay out of trouble too. People who are running Devuda.
Indeed. So, why am I hearing those bleeps?
Sorry, that was me.
Oh, okay. I was like, I
That was,
thought
that was
I
my
left-
mic picking up on my Discord.
Amazing. Oh yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
why is that? Oh, Discord isn't going through my earbuds. That's why. Okay, that I was gonna say. I was like, wait a second, you should be doing that. Sorry.
Good.
I mean, Lonnie is. Right now.
Sorry, what?
Money is what?
Hello? I
Yes,
heard
you-
Kingsley
you
say
done?
something, but I didn't hear it.
Oh, Lonnie is just choosing to abstain from this conversation for now. So.
Alright, so Calrinia says yes. So, fascinating. Of course.
Anything else?
It says yes. Matter of vital import. What flavor of cake will we begin with?
Ooh, cake.
I am fond, although it is of course decadent, of vanilla. I have had the pods imported from across the world.
Right, vanilla's expensive as hell.
This man more and more each day, guys.
How are you guys still eating?
Yeah, so you guys, you know, it's been a vast meal. At some point, I assume some of you guys tap out and you'd be like, it's so good, it's so well flavored, and it's really well paced too. You know what I mean? Like you got the warm hot spice, you got the bok choy to cool down. You go through the cycles. You got the heavy, you got the light. You have the time between. You have the right complementary beverage.
The real
Okay, I want
question is-
dinner.
The real question is, are they as good or better than the potato pancakes?
Damn. Them potato
That's the
pancakes.
question.
Damn.
They're not that good.
Oh, okay.
They're not as
We've
good.
had better. Okay.
Hmm.
Damn. Just get called out right there. That's cruel.
I mean, we did receive it from a god.
Yeah, so you know the bottles start to glug 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 down, and you know eventually they are empty, and then they're replaced.
And now more.
And yeah, so you guys have a mix of food, drink, alcohol, what have you, whatever your heart's desired, really. And Calrinia says, yes, let us start with the vanilla. And you know, the servants bring in a big heap of vanilla cake. It is a 5-story cake, with done up with elegant, you know, creams.
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure you mean 5 stack.
Yeah, it's a 5-stack. It's not like 50 feet tall. It's like, you know.
It's like, Lee, how do you fit this all in here? How does this man eat all this?
All
You know,
right,
it's a
then.
very
Hey
tall,
guys, he
vaulted
found our
room.
new house. He found our new key.
I mean, it's a 30-foot tall room, but it's not a 50-foot tall room.
He's got a dedicated cleric in the back who's just constantly casting create food and water, and it's all they're doing all day.
So there's, you know, the vanilla cake is sliced up, and it's a very rare flavor. You know, you rarely encounter vanilla. I mean,
I see they haven't developed sawdust into vanilla flavoring yet.
indeed.
It's delicious. Thank you.
Of
Lonnie will
course.
attempt to make room.
Yeah,
How do you attempt?
You're like, and you.
Just will yourself like
But it
nope.
tastes so good. You know you're gonna be bloated after this, but it tastes so good. It is immaculate. It is all at the right fluff, the right wet texture of the cake,
Lonnie
the
will
vanilla
food coma
flavoring.
after this.
Yeah, Lumi like kind of like puts her paws up on the edge and says, "Oh, forgive me, I forgot. Come, someone slice some cake for our dear Luminaria." And you know,
Lonnie legitimately is thinking, is vanilla safe for working on?
Yeah, I was actually just that thought just popped in my head. It's like, is that safer, Lumi?
I would think all the sugar would be more poisonous to me than the vanilla, but I don't know.
That's a good
Hey
point.
Scout, your belt only works for drinks, right?
Did it
Yes,
specify
Lonnie.
alcohol?
I think it said
No, it's specified liquids and poisons.
Oh,
Sorry,
wait, poisons.
Yes, I
The
can eat
solid-
poisons, by
The
the way.
solid poisons, right? Oh wait, you need to attune. Do you need to attune?
No.
Hey,
I think
Scout.
I'm wearing it.
Can I borrow the belt?
Oh no, it's just liquids. Sorry, it's just
Damn it.
liquids.
Damn it!
Liquefy the cake first.
Yeah, mush it up. We don't make
All
it.
right.
liquid cake.
So how do you define a liquid?
Let me ask you real quick. What's your definition of a liquid?
Roll a nature. Roll a nature to know if Lonnie can safely consume the cake.
I mean,
You
Lonnie.
knew
can
me?
say-
I think Lonnie's just fine.
Lonnie will guidance this. Lonnie doesn't want to lose her companion.
Is this how Lumi dies?
Of all the ways I thought this would happen. 19.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like it's not healthy for any person to consume that much sugar. So I'm just saying.
It's like I'm gonna laugh.
Disclaimer,
She's like
please
allergic
not.
to eggs, and that's what kills her.
Disclaimer, please do not take pet, actually pets a little bit. Do not take animal advice from this group for real
So,
life animal
yeah,
instances.
Lumi will
I
be
had
fined
no-
based on her pound tonnage and the fact that it's not chocolate.
I have several animals I take care of, and they're all healthy.
Yes, Potato Chan. So she scarfs it down as well. She also has a food coma.
I'm just saying we're not experts on if canines can consume vanilla cake.
Everyone is well gorged. Yes. Yeah. So you're done. You guys have had an immaculate meal, and Calrinia says, "Ah, by the windows I see the hour grows late. You are, of course, welcome to any of the apartments."
I'm sorry, when you say apartments, I am automatically think of like actual like apartment.
Right, but what he
buildings.
means is like hotel room stroke, like more than a hotel room, like a set of rooms that is sort of like where a group would stay. Like it has its own bedrooms and like meeting room and washroom. So it's kind of more like your, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we wanted to do some shopping if we had time. Do you know roughly when all the stores close in the Silver and Gold Street?
Isn't it already late at this point?
It's pretty late,
Yes,
and
it is.
Bernia says, "Oh well, I mean the sun is falling. I suppose some are so diligently at their craft, but by now I think most people would be calling it in."
I think it's best we just do that tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Come, friends, let us find a
Yes.
nice place to sleep at.
Is that just saying that we don't stay here, we find someplace else?
No, I mean he just offers us a bunch of apartments, like
Yeah, and he says, "Yes, assuming that you would like all four of you individual, well, all five. I assume, Lonnie, that you and Lumi tend to bed together. Forgive me if I'm correct about that. If we prefer to have separate rooms, we could have 5-room apartments.
Do
Ready?
you have like a garden or something?
Ah, yes, we have many gardens. They are very full of downy grass. It's very agreeable."
He's just gonna climb onto Lumi to start food comaing and let Lumi lead the way.
Yeah, you food coma out to the place by the garden, and the Butai Ritters are informed this is where you'll be sleeping, and they're like, "Very good, we'll inform the night shift." And yeah, they usually chill. By the nice fountains, trickling noises. The guards patrol fairly silently.
The machine will go with Lani.
The machine watches Lonnie.
Zion will ask Calrinia. Where is your grandma's realm?
And he says, "Why, in the mountains, at the edge of the gap in the realm, represented by the dwarvish Vok that runs through the great mountain range."
Can you show that to me on the map? Is it nearby?
So he shows you in the map. It's far. It's you'd have to somewhat cross the mountain ranges because it's close to the Joseon realm, although not within it. And he shows you. You'd have to go through, a circle or two of the Empire to the north, and then it's a ways. So overland, depending on time of year and other factors, it could take weeks.
That is not where Treadfar found me.
How long have you been? How long are you able to remember back?
Quick question. Out of character. How
Yes.
long do tieflings live for?
It's a little variable, but slightly longer than average human lifespan. So they can be 120 to 150, and it wouldn't be that strange.
And how old would Treadfar be?
Right now,
Yeah.
they're like late 30s.
Alright, so
Although it's
Probably.
important to note that they could be. I'm not married to that. If we want to correct the timeline later.
10-ish years.
Hmm.
Maybe I'll call you Duckling. The idea of the machine with no name is named Duckling now. That's a good name.
Where's the machine of no names? This is a very important question.
Mushino name is chilling in the garden at this point.
Color is it?
Like, I assumed it was just like gray steel, kind of. But I don't know. Zion painted it.
Nope.
Well, he's just gonna minor illusion it so it's yellow right now.
Tento's gonna head to his room.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever that room is.
You head off to the apartments. The map I didn't wind up making because I didn't think it mattered that much, but yeah, you guys go to the rooms. They're fine and lavish rooms, marble floorings, and they got silk sheets and everything.
Tento's gonna listen to make sure everyone went to their room.
Mm-hmm.
Then wait a bit, and then peek back out. And he's gonna go try. He's gonna go try to find the Viceroy. He's got a question for him.
Zion's gonna ask if they have a workshop.
Yeah, there is one. It's mostly for tuning Calrinia's instruments, but they clear out a portion of it for you. And yeah, you find Calrinia late at night. Seems to be up pondering. Of course, he's also an elf who meditates. But What do you ask Tharini when you find him, Tento?
So, since you have to know all the fencers
Yes.
in the city, tell me, who's the one that smuggled all those explosives today?
He says, yes, that is a curious question, isn't it? I'm afraid I know who it is, which is a shame because I didn't want to think it of my own subject. But there's a certain man in Southside. Let's just say the net is already laid and he can't get away. Tomorrow, if he hasn't made a move, we're going in.
Why not go right now?
Because right now, he's an animal, his leg, caught in a trap. And if he decides to knot off, he might leave an interesting clue. The low-tier operatives of the Fae normally have a failsafe against telling you anything in interrogation, assuming they survive being captured. And they're not individually that important. But if I can find out who's a few steps up the chain, I can send a message.
So let me ask you this. Did you knew something was gonna happen?
No, I had no idea. And
But you knew these
if the
supplies were being
arbiter
smuggled in.
if the arbiter had died, put it in my head. I mean, an arbiter dead on my watch. Capital wouldn't be pleased. They already taken it amiss that an elf of my seniority is, well, nothing here nor there about the politics. Yes, obviously, I knew explosives were being smuggled in, but I thought the powder was just being used for guns and cannons and put onto ships. That's usually what it's for.
Explosives were liquid. What did you...
He says, I mean, rather than powder.
Wow.
And he says, well, there's always uses for these sorts of things. I didn't expect an assassination to be carried out with them, or I would have done something.
Now, I want to do something about it.
He nods and he says,
That explosion, that attack hurt my friends a lot.
he nods. I can appreciate that fact. So, what do you intend?
Hopefully something quick.
He holds up a finger and says, an idea occurs. Well, by now they must know you're on. He says, well, what if you went to them and claimed to not be on my side, so to speak? Offered them a way out. Intimated things. If they're desperate enough, they might believe it. And desperate people make simple mistakes. Mention things they ought not. Say words they shouldn't say in front of anyone. Or you could deal with them. He kind of like, does a finger quotes. But if you do intend to, I would appreciate a heads up so that the guards aren't looking for whatever Fae tied them off. If we go there tomorrow and it's a bloodbath, I assume a failsafe was triggered. But If I know someone's already been by to say hello. He shrugs.
Well, just point me in the direction. I'll send my message.
Certainly, although we're not just closing on the fence.
Just tell me.
Sure. Your friend was hurt, and I commiserate with that. His name is Hodram. Adram. Adram the dwarf. He works in Southside. I can tell you that he was probably not the mastermind. We're going to close in on all of them, but if you kill the supplier, maybe you'll rattle the cage a little.
Sounds good. Thank you. I'm borrowing the staff.
And he says, "Oh, certainly. But I do bring it back in one piece. I don't want Grandma to lose her possession just after she's regained it."
Oh, don't worry. Santa whips out staffs like this thing's well made. I highly doubt I can break something like this. Her grandma did some fine work.
Indeed. He admires it and says, "Well, no time like the present."
Oh, and they ask where I am. Just tell them I took a walk.
Of course.
And with that, Tinto walks away, and he slips on his mask.
But as you're doing that, he says, "But I will warn you. As someone who once left his friends behind, sometimes come back to learn you've lost them." He looks longingly at the middle distance and says, "And all the times you thought you'd spend with them again, just another fall leaf."
Well, that's why I'm doing this, so I don't lose them.
And shrugs and says, "Do as you think best." Alright, so Tento is chilling. Now, I believe another conversation has occurred that I'm catching up on. Who's talking where?
Lonnie's talking to the machine with no name, attempting to name it.
Zion and Kombacha are having a very different tone of conversation.
Yeah.
Alright, are you in the workshop, or has Zion come back to the rooms?
Oh, I went to the
Workshop.
workshop to find Zion, and now I'm doing Zion a favor by looking for the machine with no name.
Alright, and what do
Why are you trying to keep it away from me?
what do Kabancho and Zion talk about, not that we have to re-say every line?
Do you want us to paraphrase or to go through it?
No, I was saying, like, yeah, you don't have to read every line, like, just,
Paraphrase.
yeah.
Kibancho wanted to ask a favor that Zion held onto the rubber blade at one point when shit hit the fan, and Kibancho wanted to ask if the Zion would be willing to hold onto it again if something else happens. Kibancho expresses concern that something bad might happen because he doesn't have Akechi's guidance with the rubber blade this time around.
Mm-hmm.
And that he needs to figure it out on his own. And that might mean a lot of different things.
Mm.
Well, Zion said, yeah, it'll hold on to it. And I mean, you were without Akechi before. So you can do without him now.
And with that, I
Like
want to go
someone-
look for the machine with no name.
Yeah. So you head off looking for the machine with no name, and you know it's in the garden. So you arrive with a machine of uncertain name, and Lonnie and Lumi in the garden. Butai Ritters sort of glide like ghosts in the distance with their rangery, soldiery attire, and the beautiful and possibly vibrant tree, unseen in lands tarnished by life, here, and you got the machine no name chilling. What's Lon? Kabancha comes upon you. Are you like throwing out name ideas as he comes upon you, or
Yeah, probably.
yeah? What do we come upon Lonnie saying to the machine of no name?
Oh god, do I need to
You, are you
llamas
like,
are also really good at guarding things, so maybe we should go with that. It doesn't quite ring the same though. Alligators are also pretty protective, although I mean, I guess with the carrying the mouth, that might make sense with like Scout in you. Uh, alligator's kind of long. Hmm. Yeah, I think I really like Gosling. It kind of like matches your color. I mean, like they have to be like adolescent Goslings and not like like because when they're babies, they're still like yellow. Unless like Zion like lets me beat you. Lonnie talks to plants, okay?
Hey Lonnie.
Oh, hi Kiki.
So, Zion wants the machine with no name back. He wanted to work on it tonight. I see you were having a lovely conversation with it. Am I
yeah,
interrupting anything?
no, it's fine. Yeah, yeah, you listen to it. I guess go back to Zion. Lonnie's trying to command the machine with maybe a name.
Ryan Gosling.
and yeah, the machine of no name seems to receive the order, and sort of goes boop, 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 and kind of
As
looks.
it like rounds the corner, I like point down the hum like Zion
Yeah.
is this way.
It takes the direction as well, and eventually the machine of no name arrives at Zion. Zion, the machine of no name is here, and Kabancha is gone. What could it mean?
I'm gonna start modifications for the portable forge.
All right, yeah, you
What?
pop off the back and you start going at it. There are some parts that you have to ask for, but there is some rummaging, and someone pops out the shops to a warehouse and comes back with it, and you have some very sensitive rare earth minerals and metals that are just immediately given to you.
Can I use the Teichstahl
Mm-hmm.
to form the coils?
The really high quality stuff that you got out in Iscadonia?
Yeah.
You do. So
Got it.
you have your magical furnace now. It takes all night, but the machine no name gets a hump.
When did you get a magical furnace?
It's making it right now.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I thought it was something you like pre-installed and just haven't used till now.
You just forgot to turn on the switch.
Yeah. Look, Zion's been through a lot, all right? All right, sometimes it can forget things. I'm not putting past it. It's been through a lot, emotionally and actually just emotionally.
Yeah.
Happens after that.
All right, so. Oh yeah, so normally this is where I would invent a reason to say 10:30 and we'd go on break, but we're actually putting it back to 11
Actually,
tonight.
Lee, it's not 10:30 yet.
10:31.
10:31. I mean, we yet
Yeah.
implying implications. Point being, 11.
Honestly, I looked at the clock and I thought it said 10:26. So I'm stupid.
Amazing. We're gonna break at 11. Yeah. Sorry if I'm losing a little steam. I'm just my eye is bothering me. Anyway, we're going strong. So, the night Zion toils away. Cabancho and Lonnie, do you have any further conversation in the garden, or are y'all chilling?
Cabancho
Awkwardly
just
staring
says,
at each other.
Cabancho just says, I know we need to talk, but maybe not when there's so many other people around. Maybe when it's just us. Hopefully, tomorrow we got stuff to do. Maybe when we're back on the road and it's not surrounded by a bunch of people. Is that okay with you?
Lonnie at this point had already like turned her back and like started like prepping for bed. She pauses and I guess just gives like a stiff nod and then just continues to go back to setting up an area to sleep in.
Lumi nuzzles you, looking expectantly.
Cabancho takes us out and just leaves. I don't know where the
Cabancho
apartment's
away.
You find out the apartments, and yeah, in the night, Tento, you head out into the city. Into the city.
Yeah, buddy.
Going through the city, going through the walls.
The real question is, do either Lonnie or I notice them to leave, or is there more than one like exit to this palace?
I can guarantee you I will sneak past all you guys.
There are.
I don't know,
other
you
ways.
might
rolls
roll
a
a
nat,
nat
rolls
two.
2 nat ones, please.
There is a world where you don't.
I have done that before, so yes.
It is not likely,
Yeah,
but there is a
so
world where you don't.
The gates are locked at night. How do you get around them?
Is there no like guard tower?
Yeah, there's towers all over the wall.
No, just skill towers.
Sure. There's like 100 feet of water between the
Oh.
north and south. So you're up on a tower, and there's like like 100-foot gap between you and the far side. You're a little bit further up because you're on a tower, so you could get over. But how do you cross the gap?
How far is the gap?
About 100 feet.
Oh shit! Damn, this place is protected.
And you can.
Oh wait, I can just climb down and just ice walk past it.
Yeah. So you wanna slide down the wall and ice walk across the river.
Yeah.
All right. Give me a stealth to not give yourself away while you are scampering about.
Well, I'm scampering about.
All right. So yeah, you do it. You do hear though one guard say, "Hey, I think it's ice in the water." And another one says, "You're imagining things. It's the middle of summer." No, oh, it's melting. Oh, a likely story. See, there's nothing there. Get back to your job.
What are you paying you for?
He says.
Idiot.
He says, adjusting the gas lamp. So you guys. So or rather, not you guys, but you guy Tento. You make your way through the city at night. It's a dark place, but it's full of life, lights, and people talking and twinkling. Driving south wall. Things are a little more compact here. The city is a little more alive at night here, and Lots of people are looking every which way, sensing perhaps ambulantly that something is about to go down. On your way, you see what is unmistakably the presence of guards.
Are they near my target?
They're near enough that he can't get away.
Can I slip past them?
Yeah, they're not trying too hard, and you're not their mark.
Cool.
I mean, they're trying very hard, but you're not their mark.
Yeah. He told me where he was. Did he tell me exactly where he was?
Yeah, so you know that he operates out of a bolt hole below a tavern.
Now, did he tell his guards that? That's the question. He probably did, and he's trying to fish them out. Yeah. Ooh, hey.
Yes, so
Tiny Tento is a large map. That's a large map.
yeah, so you see you got the door to the bolt hole here, and you have the tavern above off to the side. And you know it like goes down a floor, and you see the front of it. It's sort of built up so that its backs to the street, stuff that faces the other streets. You see the red house is down the lane, and yeah, that's more or less the setup.
The red house was mentioned for something else, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Yeah, we were given advice to
Check out the
buy
red house for
the
something.
smugglers? No. Shoot, who was it?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now. Well, anyways, I guess Tento's just gonna walk up and knock. Well, not knock, but see if there's anyone's home.
Sure, I mean, you are on the street, so people are like vaguely around. So you'd be visibly out there probing it unless you're invisible or whatever. But you could roll stealth if you want to like approach the side maybe and kind of like come at it. Yeah, I mean less people notice you, but there's still like alleyway urchins and such. You test the door. Give me an investigate. Doesn't seem to be locked. You test the door and handle it jiggles.
Doesn't seem to be locked.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Tento just fucking goes in.
All right, you walk right in, and there's a snapping of a tripwire as an explosion of acid occurs above you. Roll me a dex save. Alright, so you take half of this damage, which I think means you take none due to uncanny dodge. So the stairs fall out from below you, acid rolls up, you wind up on the ground, and you right yourself just in time to see three dwarves behind barricades open fire with their crossbows, and they're not very happy about you being here. And they're like, grrr, grrr, grrr. And they're behind some crates and such. They were ready for you. I believe the 19 and the 25 hit you, yes?
25 hit, yes, yep.
Yep, so,
That's a net 20.
Oh, that is a nat 20. Yeah, okay.
oh, why isn't it lighting up green? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's weird.
So, there's this, and then I'll roll. That's the regular damage, and then 9 plus 13. So you take crossbow bolts equivalent to 22 damage.
I will wait. Is my thing take my reaction to evade all damage? No, is that just something I have?
Well, the thing is,
Uncanny dodge is a reaction.
did you quote unquote use your uncanny dodge when you negated the damage from the trap?
I thought My negation for that was my evasion.
Evasion, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Evasion
You're right.
does
Yeah.
not
So,
cost
yeah. So do you want to uncanny
Yeah.
dodge the 13?
I'm kind of down to 13, so it'd be
All right.
6.
You barely twist. It's
15.
about to hit a vital artery in your shoulder. Your arm gets scratched. There's blood going everywhere. And
Tenta's gonna look for cover.
yeah, so you managed to find it. By which I mean it is behind them. They've set up at the beginning of an alleyway that squeezes in after them. There's some doors past them, but other than that, the only thing you can see is a brief crack that might get you into the rafters up here, and get you into the floor of the tavern, stroke roof of this place. It could be pretty tight though. You could get stuck. What do you do?
I'm gonna ask if any of these guys is what do you say, Huber?
Hadram. Their response is to continue to reload their crossbow bolts. They don't seem like they're talking. None of they all look like probably they look like people who are doing the fighting. Is your initial gut reaction?
Alright, which means I need to get past the. What'd you say about the little cubbyhole thing?
There's like a way where you could boost up into the floor ceiling zone. You know, in like schools, they have like those segmented little shitty things you can crawl around in that put you in the floorboards. Basically, stroke the ceiling. It's that, but the oldie wooden rafters.
Yeah, I'll go through there.
All right, give me an acrobatics.
Oh, I saw a 3 there. I was like, no, don't do it.
All right, you arrive in a storage room, and there's a door to the north. There's lots of tall like stacks of crates and such all around, though.
What's in these crates?
Want to just crack one of them open?
Yeah.
You see what appears to be a quantity of black powder in one of them.
All right. So out of curiosity, does the like trick in the cartoons actually work where you leave like a trail of black powder and light it up? It'll actually just like follow the trail.
Assuming the fuse burns properly, yes.
Awesome.
You want to do that?
Yep. And Sento's just like gonna.
You hear footfalls as they like say, "He's gone around. He's in the ceiling. Go on the boss."
Ooh. Honestly, Tental's gonna try to follow the footsteps that's leading away from there, as he makes a trail of gunpowder or black powder. Do 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 do.
You want to open this door?
Is it trapped?
There's no lock on this side. There's no locking mechanism on this side. But it does seem to be barred from the far side. You can give me a thieves' tools. Pop the bar through the slit.
Thieves' tool. God, it's been so long since I used these.
You're gonna be so honest.
How do you
Pop it open, and yeah, you emerge. You see Hadram. He's behind the desk. He has some sort of glowing shield amulet on, and he's got a hand crisp. But he points right at you, and he says, "Wait a minute, you attend to the Master Thief. What are you doing here?"
Oh, I have my mask on. Does he see me?
Oh, just kidding. He sees you. He's the mask, and he says, "Ha! So this is the assassin they've sent. You won't be getting rid of me." And he shoots at you. And his crossbow bolt goes wide. What do you do?
Tento now takes the vial of oil flask he has. And how many can I throw at once? I have 10.
Probably like 2, I would say. Both
He's
hands.
gonna throw 2 oil. He's gonna throw 2 oil flasks at the guy.
Alright, there's a trail of black powder behind you, and you're throwing things that can cause a bunch of fire. Alright, give me the damage.
Yep. Of the oil flasks?
Oh yeah. Oh wait. You're splashing the oil everywhere. All right.
Yeah.
The oil splashes everywhere. 3 guards rush in. They also get caught in the splatter, and you presumably avoid getting splattered yourself.
Mhm.
But the only door out that you're able to quickly take is through these 3 guards. What do you do?
Uh, Hento is going to light a torch.
They see the powder and the stuff, and the guards, loving self-preservation more than their boss, begin to run. The boss says, "You cowards!" And he also starts to make for the door.
Oh, Tento at this point is gonna cut him off and I'll stab him something.
All right, give me your attacks.
Ah, this will be ironic.
Yeah, the Tyson Ocean. Oh, you ram it deep
God
into him. Give me that
damn.
damage. He looks down in shock, and it crushes his collarbone. And he says, "What's that?" And then his collarbone cracks, and his eyes roll back. And yeah, the initial hit, the other hit of the weapon bounces when his amulet activates and throws up a shield. But your nat 20 slides through the magical defenses and crushes a blue glowing shield. And he's been fatally struck because he reaches out a hand and gurgles something incomprehensible.
That is what you get when you hurt my friends.
Ooh.
Tento pulls out his knife, starts walking away, and just throws the torch behind him.
All right.
Running away as he throws the torch.
Yeah. So
Look, as cool as I want to be, these are explosives. I need to
now
book it.
you get back out, and the 3 dwarf guards are like clearly making their way to the door, and as they see you, they slam it shut. There's a door here, and there's a round to the north, which would be at the end of the building. Where do you head?
Oh, that door is slammed closed, so I guess going north.
All right, you find
Is there a window?
appears that there's a small window and there's a ladder port up to a hatch. Which do you take?
Also gonna bust through the window as the explosion happens. What kind of?
All right, yeah, you bust through the window. It gets really drawn out by the tool I was using. Give me acrobatics to do a cool pose. All right, there are many. All right, so you ram your head into the glass, and you're like, ah, and then there's an explosion that rumbles the building. Dust and particulate sort of falls. Wood gets rumbled, and people scream above as the explosion is probably pierced the tavern above. What do you do then, as you are head bonked at the base of the ladder?
Well, a concussion has never stopped me before, so let's try again.
All right, roll me another acrobatics. You punch through and roll out in the night. However, with time between you and the explosion, lots of people are watching the alley, and plenty of people are looking out the windows, and they see you jump out after the explosion. You are wearing your mask, so I presume you melt into the night?
Yep.
Roll me a stealth.
Stealth.
Meanwhile, everybody else gets a good night's rest. So, you guys are all back in the palace the next morning, and you are invited, of course, to breakfast. Who goes?
Not again.
Tento's definitely sleeping in.
Zion is still working on the machine.
All right, and
Boncho will be a good guest.
what about Lonnie?
Come on, just gonna be a good guess.
Yeah, Lonnie will go get food.
Hmm.
Does Zion not benefit from a long rest then? Because don't you still need to be in a
The century rest.
basis? Yeah.
Mhm.
Does Zion get exhaustion?
He has a
I don't
foot,
think it's
yeah.
exhaustion.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think unless it's expressly immune.
Oh, Tento also didn't bother tending his wounds from the arrows. He just
Alright.
like rips them out, bandages himself, and just
Amazing.
lays in bed.
Kabancho and Lonnie.
Bleed all over the bed.
There's a fine meal of, like egg, quiche, and assorted salad. And I will be right back. So describe that. Describe your scrumptious breakfast.
I mean, it says I don't need to sleep.
Yeah, but not needing to sleep and not needing a long rest are two different things.
Kiki, where are the others?
That, I mean, I can kind of hear Zion in the workshop, so I think Zion has just been in the workshop all night, which I don't think is a good thing for her, ma'am. I don't.
That's a good point. You bring up a very good point now.
I
And
don't want to start calling Zion someone else until either Zion says we should or Zion like no. Actually, either way, I don't want to start calling Zion not Zion until Zion says it's okay.
I mean, yeah, I agree. But I mean, Zion hasn't denied anything. I don't know. We can talk to Zion once it is done with the workshop. As for Tento, I don't know. He probably went on a nice stroll again.
Wait. You know, like night strolls for him aren't like just night strolls.
Oh, I know, but I mean, every time we've tried to stop him, say for a few times, it's been kind of futile. And at this point, we've given him enough warnings. He's a big boy. If he dies, then he's just gonna have to dig himself up.
How can you just say that so casually?
Is this happening at breakfast, by the way, with Calvernia here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, probably.
Calvernia is like, yes, I think you'll find that picking oneself up from being dead, well, not impossible. Is
Well, I don't
rare
mean
occasion.
like literally dead, but at some point Tento needs to, face his own consequences.
Calvernia says, shrugs says, perhaps. I think you'll find the day when he faces his consequences, the day you wish you'd been there to face them with him. There will be no more time for speculation and rumination then.
Could have let you face your Lonnie. Lonnie's just gonna shut up there.
Calvernia,
Oh, that's why he
Calvernia
got out there.
arcs a
Did it on
brow
purpose.
at that and says, indeed, there are, of course, rumors.
Did you send him on a mission?
And says,
Did you?
well, I said there were rumors when Lonnie cut herself off about you and your consequences.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Tento still.
No, I'm talking about
I thought you were saying there were rumors already the morning of.
No. I'm talking about the rumors that you've died and been brought back from the dead.
Well, those details are kind
Just
of.
out there. Just straight up.
He just
Oh,
fucking just
I don't
went
mean to,
for
I don't
it,
mean to
jeez.
pry. No, don't feel the
Not that
pressure to share any
fancy.
private medical information here. Let's just say
There's a few steps in between, and it wasn't. The
Yes.
line was not quite clear.
Yeah, so this is a safe space for people who turn up their chin at certain nonsensical rules of the common faith. Of course, I understand why, Lady Wit. That doesn't mean I like it.
Yeah. Well, I guess finish your thought, Lonnie. Yes, you could have. You guys all could have, but I don't spit in your attempts to help me. At least I don't think I do.
Lonnie is just gonna. No, Lonnie's gonna go visit Zion.
Ooh. Wrong dialogue option there, friend. Calrinia says, I take it you have these conversations often?
Unfortunately, yes. We are very bound by friendship, but loose and loose as a cannon.
I remember my friends and I. Normally I would say something witty and sardonic and propose that we abscond with all of the treasure. And they'd say, no, we have to save the people. And I'd say, oh, I suppose. As long as they're proponents of art. He shrugs. But in the end, I relied on them to convince me. Until they couldn't.
I know they're all trustworthy, but they it doesn't take a lot for us to split apart, and it's a little scary.
There's the sort of friend who you can trust with your life, the sort of friend you can trust with your death, and the kind of friend who you can trust with your purse. If you trust any one person with all three, I recommend you reevaluate immediately.
That's actually
some
pretty
very
sound
wise.
advice.
That's some. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That was some pretty
wait,
solid
what were
advice
the
right
three?
there.
Life, purse, and what?
Life, death, and purse.
Okay.
That's some solid advice right there, especially for this
Yeah.
group.
Especially to Camacho.
Starts thinking with everyone like, all right, who checks which boxes?
Yeah. So Calrinia and Cabancho alone, he does turn to you and say, so, between you and me, your friends who are looking to arrange the peace conference, you've spoken about your experiences. And I get the sense you're being truthful, that you don't entirely understand, but you feel as if though you've been called by your deity. Can't help but ask, have you actually met Arachne?
I mean, I don't know if you can truly meet a deity,
Of course.
but I like to think I have.
He nods and says, true. Uncommon humility for a man so well positioned to be a prophet.
Well, let's just say you gotta fake it till you make it, because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying my best.
You remind me of a younger musician, who I still see sometimes in the mirror. Well, best of luck. Of course, we all have the lives we are given, and I the one I have taken. But perhaps another 600 years, I will be hidden somewhere in a fake-proof cupboard, and the proponents of your religion will come knocking on my door asking if I have heard the good word of Cabancho. Now then,
That would be interesting, but
how about a morning cap of champagne? Garçon! and he's going in on it. You don't have to, but Lonnie's found
Cabalcho's
Zion.
gonna be a good guest. No, actually, real quick, before we move on, I wanted to ask, also, I was at the library yesterday, and I was hoping to brush up on my knowledge of, as you know, my past with Akechi and certain items, and I found it very lacking, and I was wondering if I could get, oh, if you knew if there was more at the library or maybe some other private source.
You know, it says, well, I do of course have a vast private collection here, but at the library they should have scrolls on Akechi. Where they're kept, however, you'll need to reach an area sometimes referred to only by the numerals that mark the low-hanging dwarf and gnomecraft halls winding down below. He, he sips and he says, yes, section 11. 10-minute break time, woo!
Woo!
I saw it was 10:59 and I was like, I just gotta burn this down.
Alright. I'll see you guys after the break.
I heard a ping. Lee Saito's ready with the party of 4. Hello.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. Hello. Sorry, I was just pushed away. How are my Saitonians? How's it going? How's the crew? How's the ship? How's the gaming?
We're not on the ship yet, Lee.
Yeah, but they are.
That's tomorrow. Oh,
Oh.
wait.
They're sailing. Sexy and proud. It's been good. Great to be back. Yeah, it's great to see ya. We've got another hour of D&D or so here, so we're straight chilling. Have we regained our Kai?
Probably
Yeah.
not for a hot second.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be a moment longer. So, oh, thank you. Yes, and we are chilling. Ooh, oh gosh, yeah. Let's see how that goes. Spooktacular, for those unaware, is a big multi-Saito event. Held, I think it's on Halloween, or like around Halloween.
Let me get my haircut.
What event? What event is this?
Spooktacular. It's an event that Saito puts on, and it's like we have creepypastas and art and all sorts of fabulous stuff. I cosplayed Toad last year. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I'm. But hopefully, I will be done with Change Stars.
So we can enjoy the holiday.
Indeed. Oh, indeed. I mean, you know, it was a very special outfit, and as was as are all of Maria Saito's renditions of Bowsette. So, don't miss this event. Oh well. But yeah, so I mean, Lonnie, I regret to inform you, you've drawn the sword into the stick, and that you're going to have, you know, like a little moment with a character whose player is not here. So, so I
Wait,
just
we
say,
can't go back to Kabancho awkwardly having breakfast by himself.
well, we can, but first
Okay,
of all, let's
I'm not
linger
by
on
myself.
Tento. You're in
I'm
the
just being a
fine
good kid.
lavish apartments that I don't have, and
am.
you're all
Tento's
cut up on.
You know, all over the bed.
Tento like bandages stuff up the best he could, just lays on the bed. He's just trying to
Just
sleep.
Blood's really hard to get out of sheets. Just saying.
Thankfully, they have lots of sheets here, so you know. The door,
Yeet.
the doorman does have a come by and say, "My good sir, would you care for some ointment for your wounds and fresh linen and silk?"
Yes.
Of course. Shall I summon the
Yes.
physician, or are you with a mind to sleep it off?
I'll sleep it off.
Very good, sir. And you know, like this, we see the
Very
palace guards here,
understanding.
but, you know.
I like these
Yeah,
people.
they come. The sheets are made, you know, like silky again. After you know, they give you some very pure water to wash with. If you rebandage yourself, you're feeling like you know it's still hell. Your head hurts from ramming your head into the glass. You know, you did get shot. Crossbow ball still sting, but yours.
Nice.
Yeah, and they do bring by a complimentary. There's like quiche and sliced green apple and a little bit of tea and water with optional honey and sugar. And they
This is what
put it
Tento
on a
does.
little.
He
They
puts
put it on a little tray that like goes over the bed.
Tento puts the apples and the quiche together and just stuffs it in his mouth.
No one is there to judge you. You're enjoying your breakfast in bed.
No, he doesn't care.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Goes back. To
meanwhile,
goes back to sleep.
Yeah. So,
I mean, you could have Lonnie talk to herself again.
yeah. You the question is,
I wasn't talking to myself. I was talking to the machine with maybe a name.
yeah. What do you say to the machine of questionable name?
Right now, top contenders: Gosling.
But that also makes in a prime candidate for someone to say they look like a good Joe.
Huh?
Sorry, it's a Ryan Gosling joke. But yeah.
See what,
Lonnie is just gonna ask Zion if it needs help. I And if Zion doesn't need help, Lonnie is just going to kind of like awkwardly sit there and watch. Because Lonnie really doesn't want to go back to that room right now. At least not alone.
All right. So yeah, Cabancho and Calrinia, the bubbly is in. You guys are just drinking your morning champagne. He says, "I find a bubbly libation best to raise the spirits in the morning. I believe there's some monkish tract to that effect, but I confess I am more brought to the choral musics of our religious compatriots than the writing."
Yeah. Camancho's like crying on the inside. I'm like so full. I didn't digest everything
Where-
from last night.
He's like,
Where is everyone?
he's like, "So tell me,
I'm all alone.
from whence do you hail? I've heard, of course, your great legend, and that you've risen up from caravan guard to mercenary to masterless lords of your own egalitarian mountain fastness, reclaimed from a certain family of bards, no less. I hear good things from the surviving Jumaki, few though they be."
Yeah. It's been one hell of a journey.
He shakes his head and he says, "And I should thank you.
Oh? When was that?
You brought rest to the Jumaki. Several of them were my friends over the years. They would come and play with the Del Segno bards. That was before I grew so insular. I can't say I felt much at the time. Then, when I heard of their demise, well, to be quite frank, if I were not a man so given to peace and neutrality, I would have gone there and finished the Safu clan off myself. Well, as you see, all things turn.
Well, if you'd like, their family still lives. There's at least one descendant that I know of.
Ah, yes, she's been by. She spoke highly of you as hosts.
Oh,
Indeed.
Ooh,
I
spoke
thought she didn't
highly
like
of
us.
him.
You know, there's
Who did that?
there's been some emotional processing of the fact that, you know, it's not her house anymore, but it is kind of her home. You know what I mean? And all of the fact that, like, you know, a lot of her family died there, you know. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Calrenia says that, you know, believe him as far as you want. His flowing autumnal hair speaks to death and rebirth.
So about that underground library forbidden section,
Ah, yes.
do not pass the force field gate. How does one get access to it again?
Ah, well. Officially, one doesn't. However, you are friends of my dear Zion. He says, catching himself from saying grandma, and he says, "So, I'll write you a letter."
That would be very much appreciated. And the library likes some of us more than others, but
It's worth noting that the lower reaches are not entirely trafficked at the moment, but those that are, you will have free reign of. Those that aren't, well, how do you do with those from the hereafter?
I would like to think I have more experience than others, but
An experience
I
goes a long
can't
way.
really say very well.
Well, the ghost issue has been a little persistent. You know, you exorcise the ghost goes away, They tell you the ghost is definitely gone, the ghost comes back. To be quite frank, when you have a temple of hunters, you have to think of things from a conservation perspective, right? Because you can't hunt all of the game, or they won't reproduce. You won't have another hunting season. I begin to suspect they have a catch and release program with these ghosts, to be quite frank, with the rate of success on exorcisms around here. Of course, they'd rather be slaying some giant crab or hunting some kraken spawn. It's all very noble, and they're all quite ingenious with how they outfit themselves with the beasts of the dead monsters. He says, swirling his champagne.
Is that something you would like us to look into when we get access to the library?
I mean, that's the joke. You don't know. Maybe they are having ghost babies. Sorry, what was that, Shin?
That was my response to Kipancho. I'm like, I don't know what to do with this.
Yeah, and he says...
Where's my crew?
Says, well, yes, they're the occasional ghost, but I'm sure you'd do fine if you felt so inclined. But the section that you're looking for on a catch sheet, section 11, is right below.
Oh, you were serious about section 11?
Yes, there is a symbol on the floor. It vaguely looks like perhaps a shield or a box. If you stand there and speak the words, I seek the lore of the ancients, you will be whisked, if you will, to the floor below. In case you didn't know, those two little turrets out front of the library are hollow.
Well,
some of the texts that are a wee bit more censored, often or not, are down there.
Well, I will not do anything that would compromise your position and you giving us access.
Of course.
At least not personally.
He arches his brow.
Thank you very much for this. This would be a great help.
And he says, my good man, if you would bring me a writing desk, and there's like a small, like it's like a broad gamer, huge mouse pad ass, like pad brought out. He draws up a letter on a scroll that basically just says, "Come on, showing all of them in. They get to go to the library below section." My seal,
this librarian's gonna hate him.
And it's like 50% just his signature. You know, reminding you he's a samurai, reminding you he's the viceroy, reminding you he's got like 5 names.
Every document littered with him, like basically saying, "I am a samurai."
Yes, correct.
He's
proud of his title.
Also.
My man is nothing if not flexing, and so he rolls up the scroll after it dries, and has it tied with a beautiful ribbon and hands it to you and says, "Show this to the librarian, and I'm sure she'll accommodate you accordingly. But remember those magic words, and you'll have a quicker trip."
I appreciate it.
Of course. Now, where do you think your friends have all gotten off to? I must say, it's a lonely breakfast.
I'm sure they're around wrapping up the morning, not being here. I hear Zion in the other room. And
yes.
As I said, I don't know where Tento is.
Well, I don't seek to disturb Zion in its great endeavors. I suspect we are going to witness something that has not been seen Kabancho in hundreds of years. He looks into the middle distance. And he turns back and says, "Oh, and I think your friend Tento might have had a long night. I've been informed that he required fresh linens and is sleeping in. He's received his breakfast in bed."
What did he break? Like, did he spill something? Like, what?
He shrugs and says, "Perhaps he's just tired."
I'll talk to him later.
Yes, well. Of course. Well, we should go check on them in the central chamber. Oh, let me show you some of the secret passages. Come, come. He gesticulates. And, just tap this wall panel here, and it shapes them around like fake fireplace style. And he's like, yes, follow me. Run to the highest
cramped in
solar. Yes, well. And he says that's why you move quickly, to motivate the flow through the artery. And you guys pop out, and this is somehow also, he shows you a series of panel licks that gets you to the workshop. And Tento, you're in bed, and you're like, you're all bandaged and bloodied and bruised, but you're healed. You're cleaned up. You're
Okay.
feeling good.
I'm
And
healed. Cool.
all right, in that
Just
case,
thinking
I'll
about
put
responded.
Cavarini and Camacho temporarily in the wall.
Curly, I'm stuck. I can't move.
Yeah.
Help! Help!
Why not, my friend?
Oh, guy's back.
I confess, I think you're better equipped than I. And so, Zion, Lonnie walks up as you're working on it, and you see Lonnie. Like, there's like a forge in the workshop, and there's this big metal like circular tubes wrapping around something, and like the back's been popped off the machine of no name, like some sort of modifications getting done, and there's a lot of stuff heating up, and Zion's working a bunch of Tyke style that's glowing in a vibrant blue as it connects to the machine of no name. And Zion, give me a Artificer's Tools intelligence test. Or Tinkerers, or whatever they are.
Fingers, yes. Let me just intelligence.
Yeah, Zion's craft is immaculate as ever. Lonnie.
Yeah.
What say you? Or rather, what? Yeah, so you walk in and all this shit's happening.
Yeah, Lonnie just comes up and asks Zion, do you need any help?
Open right side up.
If you don't mind handing me some tools.
Okay, which one do you need?
The hammer.
Lonnie kind of like breathes a bit of a sigh of relief because she wasn't sure if it's gonna be like tools that she could recognize. Yeah, Lonnie hands you a hammer.
It's okay, Zion will describe the tools to you as it works.
And you slowly find the sprocket doodler, the nose adjusting wrench, the double spanner, the triple spanner, the triple and
How do you
two
tell
hand
the nose
span.
adjusting
The
wrench
quantum
from the
tool?
eye adjusting wrench?
Yeah,
How do you
it's
tell which one's which?
the hook's kind of like, have like a bit more bendy on the spindle. It's the whole thing. But you managed to start to get your idea of it. Where I was once told that I was like not a proper member of my family because I misidentified like a fucking what even was it? It was one of these fucking things I can't think of the name of right now. Clearly, I've not made a great study of tools since either.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. And we'll talk more about that later, but yeah, so you managed to provide everything for Zion.
Can't you my token right side up?
Oh,
He's
Zion.
being weird.
What you adding?
Wait, did you say you wanted to be right side up, Tinto?
Yeah, my token's like leaning like back. There you go. Thank you.
Hold shift and mouse wheel.
Just
Is this shift and mouse wheel? Oh, it is. Okay, thank you.
a forge that I can use on the go.
And you hear a voice call, an ingenious invention, as the wall panel opens up and Kelrinia and Kabancho just pop out of the fucking wall. My goodness. Oh, I did not want to disturb you while you worked, but your friend was looking for you. Oh. Brilliant. He gazes upon it as if though he's like about to weep as he looks at the machine of no name, and the boss is like, I knew the moment I saw the machine of no name that it had to come from some tradition associated with, clearly your craft is advanced.
So like there's cables connecting the core to the coil on the back.
Yeah.
and then there's a crucible in the middle of the coil. Um, I just thought this would help us in our travels. So I wouldn't have to look for a forge every time.
Ah, ingenious. So you can smelt on the go.
Indeed.
Zion, how durable is it? Because we kind of get into rough situations a lot.
I mean, it
It
looks like a
should
big fuck
be.
off barrel body aspect of the machine, right?
It could be detached and reattached. So it shouldn't be a problem. I could assemble it before use.
So, is the next task to just make a portable room full of tools? Is that possible?
I don't need that. I have all the tools I need here. Just holds out the tinker tools.
No. I was kind of wondering if you're referring to this room or to yourself. Okay. Well, don't you need space?
There's plenty of space outside.
I mean, yeah, I get. I'm not quite sure how all this works, but you're the expert. Anyways, knowing the whispering in the walls, are you guys almost done? I know you wanted to go some shopping. I've got some interesting information at the library we could go to. Are you ready to start the day?
I'm ready, yes. I was gonna help Lonnie at the library today.
Were you working all night?
A majority of it.
Did you get any rest?
Some.
You're good to go, right? Like I don't really know how much you usually need, but
I don't know, Lee. Am I good to go?
Yeah, so technically speaking, you can drop in Sentry's Rest, you can not. If you keep pushing without ever dropping in Sentry's Rest, I do believe you begin to accrue exhaustion or have to make con saves against
Can
it.
it like work while
But I don't think
sleeping?
you need sleep. Well, it can't do work while it's in its Sentry's Rest, but it's still
Yeah.
aware.
Mhm.
So it basically goes into low power mode, right? It goes into standby
I
mode.
guess it could like
it's
Think
like
about
the
the-
elf stuff. Like, that's what I would presume.
Yeah, you could ponder things.
it could ponder things.
Someone
while
could set
it's
up an orb in
resting.
front of you, and you could literally ponder the orb.
So then does Zion need to make a con save against exhaustion or whatever? I actually don't remember how exhaustion works, but like does Zion need to worry about that?
I'm gonna say that if Zion needs to worry about it, isn't having to worry about it yet.
Okay.
Is it pushing itself too hard? Is it too brisk?
So, I guess is Scout good?
I haven't seen him this morning. Hopefully. I'm not quite sure. Karini, do you know? Well, you mentioned this morning that he had a change of sheets. Is he in his room right now?
And he's like, ah, yes. When last I was informed, I could send someone to inform him you were looking for him. And Tento, you've already like walked up, seen shit was going down, and walked away, right?
Yeah. As soon as I heard him like gasp and start like what's the word for it? Simping over Zion.
Mm-hmm.
I he sort of just like turned around and I was like, I don't want to deal with that. That was his thought process. He wants to look for the kitchen.
Yes, you find there are two very large and well-stocked kitchens.
Am I allowed to cook?
And the chef looks over at you and says, "I'm sorry. Are you a cook?"
I dabble.
He's like, "Oh, you are the guest."
Yeah.
Like, we have been instructed to put you the run of the place, so you know, clean up after yourself.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and there's a
I've never been in a kitchen so this stocked.
There's a
This
vast
is gonna be fun.
larder. There's an ice room. There's a hot room. There are, all manner of food and things to say. If you need anything from the market, that's what Margaret is for. And she says, "Hi, I'm Margaret for the market," and she's just a local half elf. She's happy to be here. She does all the shopping.
I think this is more than thank you, Margaret. Hey, what am I cooking up today?
Indeed. So, so Tento's in the kitchen as everyone's like, "Huh, I wonder where Tento is." What do you prepare?
I prepare a simple, nice little omelet
You
with
prepare.
some ham, some cottage cheese,
Ooh.
and some spinach.
Fucking nice, yeah. Fuck, now I'm hungry. So, you're making enough for the class, just you're making it for yourself.
I'm making it myself.
Alright, so... Do you guys go looking for Tento?
I mean, more or less, yeah.
Alright, and does Zion come with?
If it's done, yeah.
You catch Tento. You guys find Tento in the kitchen, and he's just enjoying a fine omelet.
I was so hoping to watch him just like walking around the halls with just a plate full of omelets.
Oh,
Not
that's
even
later.
sitting on it.
No, he sits in the kitchen. Oh, hey guys.
Well, you had a good night last night?
Yes, I had a great night.
Uh-huh.
Does he look visibly wounded, or like did you try to cover that shit up and look like you're okay?
I mean, I put my clothes back on, so it depends how hard you want to look.
Yeah.
Well, you're alive, and I guess that's what counts.
Do you have any hot sauce?
What?
Not you, Margaret. Is there any hot sauce around here?
Margaret says, "Oh yes, we won't need to buy that. There's several sauces from a few different spices, and these are the various flavors of peppercorn. The purple is my favorite, but and she shows you the spice shelf, which is like it bends open to actually be like halfway into like another room. It's like a walk-in closet of spice that sort of like opens
Holy
from folding
crap.
tables. Like the most common ones are the exterior. You know, you want a little basil, oregano, a little season. No, you open up the proper spices are in there, all racked up. And of course the ones that need to be kept dry and warm are in the heater, and the ones that need to remain cool are in the cooler.
Holy crap! Thank you.
Of course. And there's just all manner of spice. Things that are so exotic you've never even seen them, much less know their name.
Oh, he definitely Tento definitely puts like that stuff on his omelet.
All right, yes, you go for. You roll me a separate cook's utensils to see the hot sauce creation.
Well,
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Precipitation and make it not spicy,
Oh my
and hope
god.
that he
Can you
burns
do
him
that?
better.
Okay.
Make
I
some.
can change the flavor of food.
You make.
That's
can?
not gonna change the chemical reaction though.
So
No,
you
I'm
so you
not. No,
make.
it's still a hot sauce, but it doesn't taste spicy
So
Where does it say that?
because I can
can-
chill, warm, and flavor up 1 cubic foot of non-living material.
Oh,
1 hour.
you make color.
so you make
Oh.
what appears to be incredible concoction of hot sauce.
That tastes like nothing, but still hurts
Doesn't,
you.
no, it just doesn't taste spicy. Well, then I guess I don't really know how it's supposed to taste. So it tastes like something.
Yeah,
Doesn't taste right.
yeah, it's just hot in your tongue, really. And then the spell fades, you're like woo, and it hits you even harder, and your eyes water a little.
I make some good sauce.
So technically speaking, I guess.
Alright, what are we doing?
I also hate to break it to you, like you can't taste spice. Like spice isn't a
Yeah, but like
Got
the
flavor.
mouth is hot, basically.
yeah.
Semantics. It's fine.
The like I would say like that it probably tastes like sriracha, if I had to guess,
Tento's gonna take some with him.
Tento
To
invented
with that.
sriracha. the world.
This shit will sell like hotcakes. Let me tell you what.
This shit'll sell like
What?
hot sauce.
What is Tento's spice tolerance anyways?
A lot.
Okay.
Not even on a scale, just a lot. Alright, well, anyways, Tento, you good?
Margaret, you've been wonderful.
Of course. And yeah,
Thank you.
You
Thanks, chef, for letting me use this kitchen. Or chefs.
Yeah, there's a head chef and there's various lower chefs, and they're all working on the various meals for the people who work here. There's never like a dull moment. You were in like a smaller portion of the side. Like it's a big room, but there's always people working somewhere.
Yeah,
There's so much space that at the moment it's an issue. But all the guards and like the military attachment and the servants need to be fed. So work is ongoing.
Alright,
So,
what are we doing?
we wanted to go to the library again. Some people wanted to go shopping. And we got stuff to do tonight. But other than that, the day is ours. Where do you want to go first?
I need to advice or something.
Yeah. So Karini is walking whimsically, humming and saying, "Ah, yes, hello."
Hello. Did you happen to hear anything interesting last night or this morning?
And he's like, I did. Let's just say, after a certain birdie found his coop blown out, some others tried to fly them. There were a few mistakes made. And we do have a live specimen of a unique variety. He's being handled. I don't think that we're going to get anything out of him, but I do think we're going to study him.
Good to know.
Yes.
Thank you.
It is disturbing to see that there are things close to Fae without being Fae. Like myself. Woo-hoo-hoo! Like wiggles his fingers. No, but really, these faded ones.
No, but on a serious note, like these things are actually kind of weird.
Yeah, they're something that we should keep an eye on. I'm not afraid of them, but they're a factor. Traditional defense mechanisms aren't necessarily going to work. We're very well prepared for the changelings, of course. We need to stay out ahead of them. I've activated a few of my anti-Fae contingencies.
Hmm.
Let me know if you see any more activity in the city. They'll be dealt with promptly.
Will do. If you need anything from me, don't hesitate.
Of course,
I'll you a favor.
He waves and says, "And Zion, how are your memories feeling?"
Still a little weird.
Ah, you worked all night and you're off to the library. Somehow, no matter how much things change, they all stay the same. And he gives you a sad smile and says, "Well, you of course welcome to return here. Stay as long as you like. But don't let me hold you with knowledge on the horizon."
Uh, Thank you for your hospitality.
He nods deeply and gives a little bow and says, "It's always a pleasure to have an unexpected call from family." And yeah, you guys are all out.
Like, Zan, do you like feel awkward around him?
Did you say this like 10 feet away?
No, as we're walking
As you're
away.
walking
No,
away.
We
as
had
we're
the
walking
5
away.
feet of isolation.
Yeah.
5 feet of isolation.
As you're walking out through, yeah, you say this. All right.
Yeah. You feel awkward around him?
Just confused.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Well, if you ever get to him, Cripple, just tell us and we'll get him back off.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
You head out into the city. So I believe you head to the library of Mercot to address some of your research desires from last time.
Yep.
Now, I think that we've gone to some of the things, not others, but importantly, Kabancha, you even told them all about that certain place.
Yeah, I let everyone know except Tenta because he wasn't there. I got a letter from Carinia that should allow us into the forbidden section. I have research that I wanted to do there. I don't know if you guys also had more strict knowledge or more, I guess, non-public books you guys wanted to check out.
Looks like I want to look at where about blood curses and explosive chemicals. So there's probably something for me in there.
Should also probably like look at the map at some point for tonight.
Well, there's a convenient map of the city right inside.
Indeed.
We probably should. I mean, I don't know if this map is gonna show like what's going on, but I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't like stand out in the open and compare the two maps.
Sorry, stand out open and what?
And compare the two maps. Like maybe we shouldn't do that. I don't know how obvious this map is gonna be for what if someone passes by. Because she wasn't supposed to have this either. Zion, you can how long would it take for you to like make a copy of the map?
Did it not already do that?
If it said it, I don't remember.
No. I didn't do that.
Oh, okay.
We
What
just
did you
looked at
what
the
did you make a copy of before?
Roll for me.
I mean,
This
Zana's
city,
picture
I don't
for oh shit, I forgot his name. Drakthar?
Oh, is that what it was? Okay. I thought I
Mm.
made a copy of the map before already, but I obviously
Thing for
could be
Drakthar
mistaken.
wasn't necessarily a copy either. The thing for Drakthar was like an image of all of us. I don't know
That's
if it
fair.
was like a true image or not, but Zion's made a copy of a mural for me and then did something before that that I don't remember, which is like how I think Lonnie found out about it first. Like we all
Mhm.
technically saw.
Indeed. So you guys want to head into where the map is, or do you want to head to where Kabancho knows there's a secret road you can?
So I use asking Zion to make a copy of the map.
All right.
Okay.
It is willing.
Yeah. So you head in, and Dice Weiss says, "Ah, I see you're going to make a copy. Well, that's certainly permitted. We love the proliferation of knowledge."
Hey Scout, do you have the book that you were supposed to return?
I had a book.
You
Can
can
you
copy
borrow a
that book.
book? Yeah, you borrowed a book.
Sorry, borrow.
Oh, that book.
She looks at you like just with like the most. That book indeed.
I forgot. I honestly forgot I had that book, huh?
I
That's all right.
guarantee
That-
she did not read it that way.
No, that's me. That's me joking too. I remember the
Mhm.
blood book.
hmm
Yeah, I should probably return that, shouldn't I?
You're prepared to part ways.
Yes. Look, I had a late night. Sorry, my brain's still trying to process everything.
Certainly. And yeah, so Zion, you give me you copy the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you have like the tools and everything. You have cartographer's tools proficiency. Or you're just trying to make a straight copy.
Uh,
Just trying to like trace the
See.
line, basically.
I'll just do a trace.
All right. Well, you guys chill. It takes an hour, but eventually it gets done.
Oh wow, that takes a while.
It's a big fucking map. Yeah, it's every street in the city.
Yeah.
I guess during that hour, I'll talk to Geiswise the librarian and show her the letter we got.
He
Yeah.
got permission.
Yeah, she looks and she's like, "You and the Viceroy are getting on famously, aren't you?
Yes.
Been quite some time since you've taken to people like this."
Apparently, it helps if you know
We're
his
very
grandma.
You say that? How loud?
Yeah, I don't say that out loud. I don't.
I say we're very likable though.
And she's like, "Oh, I'm sure you've stunned him."
Yes, I did. My charisma,
Yeah.
my wonderful personality.
Oh, he is known to take an interest in those with an adventuring career.
I know there's a lot of rules, and is there anything we should avoid besides the opposites don't destroy anything? And I look at Tento.
I didn't destroy anything before. I don't know what you're looking at me for. I don't opt to destroy things.
Every underground, every dungeon, every like place that's not open to the public we go to, you deface something every single
Well,
time.
this place is open to the public, so
No, not the place we're going.
Maybe I don't. I mean, I guess you already said it. Okay.
Yeah, she says, "You need to be very mindful of lower halls. We've been informed an on again, off again haunting problem down there. And
still?
the things down there are not the thing that you cleared up for us, no.
Oh, okay. I
There's
was gonna
more
say, holy crap.
long-term issue there. And yes, I would appreciate if you avoided that section of the library."
We will try our best.
Yes.
I start preparing like those amusement park kid leashes for Tento.
Yeah, slip out of it. I don't care. But you don't think he won't?
I mean, I guess you could
And-
cut out of it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, how's that gonna stop me?
The number of times I'm like, man, the escape whatever stat from Pathfinder, man, apparently it's still relevant.
So,
So what was this? What does this allow us to do, Kambancho? What are we doing?
We get to go past the force field.
yeah, so you guys have the letter, and Geiswise says,
We already
"Well,
did that though.
Except we're allowed to this time.
Okay.
She summons someone, and a scholar comes out, and he says, and she says, "If you would please." Guys looks at you guys, gives you a dirty eyeball, whips out a scroll, reads something, pretty quickly in Kehoe, and there's sort of a white boop, 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 that flows over all of you. Kabancho, Tento, Lonnie. There's no name where it's kind of like glitters out. Zion and Lumi, and the scholar fucks off.
Wasn't
But-
all your scrolls like that?
Does this allow us to go through the force field?
She nods and says, "Yeah, she'll be allowed through."
Ah. Well, thank you very much.
Of course. And do you know how to get to Section 11, or I'm assuming that's where you're heading?
No.
Very close
And
to where you
yes.
were, and she points to the northeast and says, "Just go up the stairs, find the circle, and stand where there's a mark, and speak. I seek lore of the ancients."
Lore.
Or
Thank you very much.
Lore.
Appreciate
And you
the
summon
information.
Matt.
The match that comes out. Tento's gonna follow this follow Kabancho's like, Forbidden Library? Sounds like my kind of thing.
Yeah, no, Tento, if you get us in trouble this time, I don't think we can bail you out.
First off, we got in trouble together. It wasn't just me.
Tento, you grappling hook the ceiling.
Oh, they weren't mad about that.
No, they
They
were.
were mad about the. No, I don't think they were.
No, we're walking and talking.
yeah, you guys argue. Have this argument.
You're welcome.
If you step yourself up these stairs, you should just warp to the appropriate height.
Oh,
But you need to be
sorry.
sure you don't skip any squares, because the final rim is what does it.
Yes, sir.
What do you want to start with?
Gargoyles watch at the corners. You pass in under the awning, and people move about, saying "do do 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 do." Ah, yes, perhaps this roll unsane too. And
we got the 5-foot step of isolation. I tell Zion that I wanted to find more about Akechi. That I didn't find too much on the books upstairs.
So we go into the circle here. I think it's a pretty safe assumption, right?
Yeah, so you stand at this little right angle, and conspicuously there's a point where nobody's quite looking. And Kabancha, do you say the magic words?
Yeah.
Say
like,
the line.
I whisper. I seek the lore of the ancients.
You find yourself with a sudden twist of wind and gust. You are down, teleported to the edge of some sort of dais with symbols in this room with these circular awnings of more scrolls, mustier scrolls, and a sole stairway to the south heading further down. Meanwhile, up here, Tento, you just saw that shit work. You want to follow his lead?
Yeah.
Alright, so Lonnie and Zion, you've just seen Tento and Gabancho disappear with the wind. Lumi looks at you like, oof.
How does Lumi and the machine get down?
That's a. How does that happen?
Lonnie is gonna ask Lumi to try to speak that phrase first by herself.
And everyone kind of looks like, sure about this, dog? You got a wolf here? I mean, I'm not judging, but is she gonna be alright? Sounds like she's like, wants to howl. Yeah, Lumi's not gonna be able to speak that with her mouth.
Okay, Lonnie
Can she
will
speak
just,
with her mind mouth?
Lonnie will just mount onto Lumi and then grab very not like just like make sure she's got a good grip on Lumi and try speaking it.
Mm. Yeah, you both find yourselves teleported down.
Alright, Zion,
I
gonna
see.
mount the machine of no name.
Exactly.
He's gonna hop in.
Kinda
Here's the
add a
thing,
drop
Zion.
in.
You made it for small people. You're not a small people. Like cast that enlarge reduce mini Zion?
Nah, it's fine. I'll just have the machine guard out here.
Alright, you
Guard
pop
against
down.
what?
And someone looks over and says,
Librarians, man.
hey,
They're
weren't there a
nasty.
bunch of people over here? And someone's like, hey man, it's the library. Nobody asked a question. Like, oh, that's fine. They look away again and
Yeah,
Alright.
that makes a lot of sense. Just don't ask questions. Yeah.
Wasn't there a wolf just here barking a second ago?
Yeah, so you guys are deep in the library, and you're in like those walls that you saw. I mean, you walked up the stairs, and the secret magic passage down. I think you're still 5 feet up from the stair line of all around the street, but you're back on that plaza level. The only obvious way out are the stairs down.
Stairs
So
down or stairs
like,
up?
so is there a what's it called again? The thing that tells us where all the books is. What's a term for this for in the libraries?
A librarian?
No. There's like an actual thing.
The Dewey Decimal System? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, don't they usually have like a chart that tells where everything is?
I think that's a little different. Dewey Decimal System, but
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it seems that she knew a lot about where stuff was, but here you are, and you're in the deep religion section. You can find deep religion here.
Well, I'm
Don,
looking
you
for
might help me
verses,
look
so-
for books is on Akechi and the Rubble Blade.
Do you want to look up religious curses?
I was gonna help Lonnie first.
Oh,
Alright. If you want to like find sections, roll me to investigate to familiarize yourself.
Lonnie will cast guidance on Zion, I guess. Although, does Zion even need to? What's this?
Oh, I saw 20. I saw 20. I was so sad.
I don't know if Zion's feet covers this.
I have no idea. Does it?
Guidance. You have guidance. Yeah.
So, Zion, you look about and you find everything. You find the section on the religious curses, find scrolls of Anakechi's life and times, and you find just everything everybody's looking for in here that is in here. Does anybody want something that is not religion related, like maybe explosives?
I was looking for curses.
You find curses. There might be like more cursed stuff. There's at least some cursed stuff here.
And I guess explosives too. Might as well figure out what the fuck they were using in there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this will fall under religion. I'm also struggling to find the name that you sent.
Yeah, also,
Oh,
Darren,
good.
you're sure it was like a liquid, right?
I thought you said it was a liquid.
Alright. It probably was. I'm probably just misremembering.
I could always be wrong. There's a strong possibility, Lee.
I also remember it as being blue liquid.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was blue liquid then.
Okay.
But who knows? History is full of inconsistencies. Maybe we're all wrong, and maybe something else.
You can be quiet.
Yeah, so y'all chill and do some more, but Tento, do you try and go back up, or do you try and go down the stairs and look elsewhere in the library?
I rolled a 19 on my investigation.
Yeah, I mean, you find everything that's going to be in the religion section, but
Oh yeah, I wander around.
alright, yeah. So you wander.
As Tento leaves, Kabandra's gonna follow him like, hey, where are you going? Where are you going?
Yeah,
To
he descends
find
a
what I'm looking
25-foot down staircase.
What are you doing?
Aren't you all like tend to scout needs to like learn to face the consequences of going off alone, but you're also not exactly letting him go off alone.
I talk up to the stairs like, yeah, when it doesn't get all of us in trouble and kicked out of here before we do what we need to.
Why do you think I'm gonna get us kicked out?
Cause you almost got kicked out yesterday.
Yeah, that was almost. I didn't.
Yeah, we smooth
And
talked
that was
it out.
yesterday. I'm a different person today. Every day, a new person. Yep.
Yeah, and we had to smooth talk it out so that we didn't get kicked out.
Yeah, very smooth talking. Mm-hmm. Are you just gonna stand there, or you gonna go get your own thing, or?
I'm trying to get my own thing, but I also like don't break anything, don't steal anything.
Damn. All right.
You do one or the other or both sometimes.
Usually both, but yeah, okay.
I still debate on putting a child leash on Pento. I go back upstairs.
Also, hate to break it to you, Kiki, but if he did, like, him going off alone doesn't necessarily mean it's always gonna, not affect us. Like, remember when he went off alone to meet someone, and yeah, we kind of got ambushed.
When did that happen? What are you talking about? I'm curious.
The archery contest thing.
Oh.
Oh.
I mean, forgetting the fact that the ambush was.
Yeah, so
Just
Kabancho.
skimming over that fact.
I just want to get kicked out of this library before we finish our research.
So
I don't know
everybody.
when the next time we're gonna get to a library like this. Bless you.
Bless you. My
Kabancho.
goodness.
You know that there are various stages of the life of Akechi, and that all of them have associated shrines. There are 13 stations of. There are 13 stations of life. Life
13.
related to Akechi. However, you're aware most are clustered around Safu province and have fallen into disrepair or
Yeah, I got
been
stage 1
outright
yesterday.
removed.
Stage 1 of what?
Akechi's life.
These tend to relate to his development as a warrior, his introspection as a vassal, and his ultimate decision to rebel. They oscillate between painting him as a loyal warrior and someone who was transformative to the system as a whole. And you note that the major shrine remaining in operation dedicated to him is in the snowy mountains at the edge of the realm to the west.
That is awesome. Funny, but I won't spoil it.
So yeah, you gain a lot of knowledge about him, and you have a greater memory. You feel like some of these things come back to you as you read them, or you think, no, that's not right. Meanwhile, Lonnie, what are you looking for here in the religion zone as Zion helps out?
Legend Stone.
The I guess some stuff related to the god not yet born.
You struggle to find many mentions of it, but you, with Zion's help, do find a very interesting script written in Parvia.
On, you can read
Love
that
those.
now.
Yeah. An aged Parvia scroll written with gold ink. This tells the tale of the preparation for those who would come before. It details a grand assortment, narrow in numbers but grand in scope. And speaks of the woad singer, the seer, and the avowed. In particular, stand out as three major components. The action depicted mirrors what was in the mural. It overall describes an apocalyptic event that destroys a world. It oscillates between describing this as the Fey ways, the planet, or something else entirely, using colorful euphemism and relational language. Speaks of a powerful barrier around the Feyway, deeply related to its nature, coming undone. It also warns that the seer must guide the way, or all will be lost in the final hour amidst treachery.
Lonnie is just like kind
Indeed.
of like frantically copying a lot of this down in her notes and like muttering stuff.
And the end speaks most ominously and says, and if they succeed, the world will never be the same.
No pressure.
The pillars of spring, a font, the crucible of winter, an ungrave. The Fae, as we know it, will never again be ranked below. And yeah, so that's more or less the gist. These scrolls, they speak of a great prophet and a seer, but they also speak of the woad singer and the avowed. The avowed is a great and holy warrior, and the woad singer is in tune with, in some senses, what appears to be nature, but in others, a nature not yet born. It speaks of the world that will come.
Lonnie like mutters to herself like I don't understand though. Like if something was supposed to be coming, then like I thought something give me my powers. So like where they come from then? If the thing that it's related to, it's like just isn't here yet. So like, what am I supposed to do about this?
Indeed.
Cry.
Yeah. Do you turn to the beads? Do you turn to Nabiki and the beads?
This ain't a dream. I wish this was.
Yeah.
That would make things a lot easier.
Sure. Have you been reflecting on your dreams with the beads recently?
I mean, there's something related to dreams that she wants to look up later, but like she's kind of like
Sure.
just like rereading this over and over, like trying to like parse through it. I guess while Lonnie is like looking over this, Lonnie's also gonna ask Sound if it could find anything had this. Like replace it. Solara the Moonstruck.
Yeah, you don't see any mention of that name.
Like, at all in the library?
Yeah, you look at you don't see anything about Talara.
Hmm.
Meanwhile,
Druid might not be a religion anymore.
down below Tento, you're looking around and you're looking at like there's like ancient stone shelves and crumbling orifices and all sorts of things. You're give me an investigate to cast about and see if you can't find the little alcovians. Yeah, you managed to find your way through the library.
This is more like a tomb.
Yeah, and it's low-headed. It's appropriate for a creature of your height, but somebody else might have issues. If they were, say, you know, a lanklet. But yeah, you managed to find your way in this southern intersection here. You find what appears to be a scroll groove that has what appears to be relevant information to your search. And
Which one?
you pull it out and you into explosives. You find a little. Did you read the religious curses book or did you not hear about the scrolls?
Religious curses?
Yeah,
Is the
I said
blood
it.
curse religious?
Well, I mean, you know, you could not.
Yeah, I'll read it.
You look over those scrolls as well as these scrolls show me a religion for those ones. These ones, yeah, you see what appear to be schematics and designs for putting all sorts of alchemy together, but you don't necessarily know all the alchemical symbols. Roll me in nature.
That one didn't even look like it rolled. It looked like it just dropped.
Penta, you're a silly boy. Alright. Your religion roll was an 18. Congratulations.
Yay.
Yeah, so you do find information about. You're looking for like blood sickle style blood curses?
Just like the blood curse in general and what this one is like compared to others.
You find reference to the Red Sword of Mourning, a blade forged by a woman forced to kill her husband to remain loyal to her lord. It drove her first to vengeance and then to slaughter. The weapon should have disintegrated upon achieving its objective, but it drove her on. This account is used as a cautionary tale against the wielding of cursed items and seeking of dark powers.
So this
You
bit
also
is
find
just sorry, so I was just saying this bit is just like a warning, right? It's not it might not or might have happened or
based on your religion roll, you get the sense it's probably based in truth but has embellishments, but several key details remind you of the scythe and the blood blade. So you think that they had to at least have a pretty good knowledge of it. Because some of it reminds you of how you were acting. How it felt.
yeah.
So the Sword of Mourning, you also find a grim chalice. And a grim chalice is a story of someone who grows old and dies happily, and their twin brother who drinks from a golden chalice, but it must always be drenched in blood. While that's true, it provides youth unending. Eventually, the chalice runs dry, and the man dies shriveled up on his way to an oasis.
Okay. That is indeed grim.
Yeah. And down below you find, and you nature, yeah. What was your nature roll?
13.
Something requiring powders and metal flakes and a certain plant's milk are arrayed into a complex process involving various cooling mechanisms and flattening and storage to maturation. It appears to be a flammable explosive liquid. These plans describe its manufacture in detail, although you can't fully understand them right now. Meanwhile, as you're down there, Tento, roll me a wisdom save. Meanwhile, up top. Alright, so Kabanchi, you got a lot of stuff.
Come on.
You got all 13 stations on Akechi. Zion, are you just helping people find stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I also wanted to specifically try to find something on the Rebel Blade.
oh, the Rebel Blade is in all 13 stations, yes. And as you read the story, you see how, at one point, there was just a dialogue between the Blade and Akechi. Now, in the story, Akechi stabs the sword into a statue, and the statue speaks to him. And there's like a big public debate. And the sword drives him to even more rebellion and tells him that he needs to break free. And he says, no, we need to side with the Empress. And the people who are in favor of localism and breaking away from the Kyo Empire entirely could come down, and he talks to the sword. He doesn't convince the sword, but he convinces the people. Then when he's done, he draws the sword from the statue, and the statue stops speaking and crumbles, and he sheaths the blade, and the statue was a statue of his former master. There's not a lot that suggests that the sword can talk otherwise, and one of the Arcan's commentaries on the stations of Akechi casts doubt on the idea that there is any degree of sentience in the sword, suggesting it is instead a primal force that manifests hallucinations in the wielder. Eventually, those hallucinations can become enchantments that imbue their vision of the sword's persona onto others, allowing other people to hear and see these actions. It proposes that the statue was either a hoax, manifestation of his own latent illusory powers brought on by a hallucinatory fit, or question mark. So yeah.
No.
You guys do a lot of digging. And Tento, you hear like a ghostly murmur, but you don't feel affected by it. What do you do?
I'm going to wonder where the fuck that came from.
Came from the west. You head that way?
Yeah.
Amazing. All right.
Why stay away from it when I could go towards the danger?
Yeah. All right. So you creep around towards the danger, right? And there's a blue glowing light. is down a larger hallway, past various alcoves full of scrolls and tomes, and no one else is down in this particular section.
Is this blue glowing barrier similar to like the one upstairs?
It's not a barrier. It seems to be a light pouring around the corner.
Oh, even better. Let's go. Nothing's stopping me.
All right. You come down and you look to either side, and as you're about to look around the corner, you feel a presence, and the presence speaks to you. Overwhelmingly, you have a sensation of, as level 1 geek raids, Tento, you creep forward. It is silent.
Mhm.
There's a blue glow deep here in the underwarrens of the library as everybody else in section 11 pores over religious scrolls and tomes and questions and quandaries of their future. You go closer and an overwhelming sense strikes you. A sense of purpose, of driving purpose towards the center of the blue glow. Roll me another wisdom save.
Okay. I don't know how many more I have left, guys.
Thank you, Amber.
Just waiting for that double nat one.
Yep.
The
I
Golden
am
Geek is a
too.
wonderful D&D channel. Go check them out.
Not today! Not today!
Tento, you want to press forward, but
But
you get a distinct feeling that there is something around this corner that is going to try and draw you in. And that if you lay eyes on it, it may be very difficult to turn away. You catch yourself at the final moment as it's trying to draw you in. Your face half bathed in blue light, but not yet turned to its source.
hello?
You turn to look towards it.
No.
You
I'll turn away and go like,
Yeah, you say
hey.
hello, and there is a cacophony of voices going, whoa, whoa. You hear a scritching sound, like something crusting over flesh, maybe dead flesh, hardened, like leather, softer, maybe paper.
Tento was gonna pull out his weapons and like, are you okay down there? Do you need any help?
And then one of them says, "Hey." Another says, "Babe." And another says, "Quill."
Oh. Well,
And there's a sense that
day.
you have a librarian sense about it. The blue glow is sort of starting to override all of the sigils drawn on the walls, all the alcoves of scrolls and paper. You're starting to feel twisted, Tento, twisted in your vision, as if you must look. You should look to the source of the light, Tento. Look to the light. Even the reflection tells you to look. The scrolls and scroll cases in these alcoves no longer of interest in comparison to this light. For of course it is to know all you want to know. And one of them says, the Codex. You must maintain it. Yes, yes, yes. The Codex. Oh, we must guard it. Jealous book thieves seek all. They must have none. We can't let them in. And so Tento, what do you do at this juncture?
Am I still drawn to look through this way? Because
You feel real tempted to look north, but you have the presence of mind that you could step back still. But you feel like your sensory, even looking at the reflection, is starting to bombard your brain.
Yeah, I'm gonna step away from that. Like, okay, that's weird, and let's not deal with that.
Meanwhile,
Yo, sure, you're okay over there.
and someone says, I think I hear an intruder. And there's a vague ectoplasmic sense of a blue mist rolling down the hallway towards you. swooping up every crevice and across every hole and out from it with a blue, dusty haze. Meanwhile, Lonnie and Kabancho, you're upstairs. You got the documents. How you feeling? What's the plan? You look at each other. Kabancho's like, huh, I've got my weird religion question mark stuff related to Saint Akechi. And Lonnie's like, I've got my weird religion question mark stuff related to being an oracle. And you look at each other and you're like, huh.
Honestly, Lonnie has more questions now. That's also what she came out with.
Nice. So yeah, do you commiserate over however much things have changed? They've stayed the same. Or
Lonnie's just crying on the inside.
Caponcho's gonna go, well, I think I found everything I would. It seems like you're still looking. I'm gonna go find Tento and make sure he's not
as you
destroying the
say
lower half.
that, there's a blue light and Tento. I'm assuming are you hustling away from the mist? Darren? Oh
Yes.
shit.
Yes.
Alright, so Darren, Tento is like there's like a blue light in rim, and like Tento is coming up the
you
40
just
foot
hear
of stairs.
cursing like, I did not cause this, it found me.
No, I believe you caused this. You most likely
Yeah, I
caused
did
this.
nothing wrong.
Use your ear.
User error.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you
And
do,
What did
don't
you
look
stir
at the
up this
blue
time?
light.
What did you touch?
I didn't touch anything. Go, go, go.
yeah, and there is
Wait, it's a blue light?
Yes.
well, it's starting to be a blue like fog of sorts, really.
Where is it?
It's
It's
rolling
going up the
up.
stairs in the south.
Yeah.
Okay, Lonnie's just gonna cast the detect good and evil. I'll pop it out.
Guess what?
Detect good and evil.
Like has whole
Or
person.
evil and good. Because they said that there were like ghosts or something here, right?
Yeah,
Indeed,
they had a
down
perpetual
below.
ghost problem.
You start to sense undead coming from the cloud, licking up under Tento's heels, but it recedes as he enters the upper chamber. But you do feel the mists part, and there is a blindfolded head that congeals there for a moment and looks towards Lonnie and says simply, all answers lie within my pages. And then the head explodes into a roll of dead fog.
Ew.
Indeed. And with that, more questions than answers, but you know where to go for the answers.
Do I?
We find ourselves in the feedback phase. So, here on Diesel Shot, welcome friends. We do a feedback phase at the end where we talk to the gamers about how they're doing, how they've been enjoying. Our links aren't coming up. We have a Discord and everything about section. Zion, played by Kai. Kai, hit me with your. Why am I putting that in the Twitch chat? Kai, hit me
Is
with
Zion or is it Grandma?
It's both.
Yeah, a very fun session with confusing backstory.
That's still a plus, the confusing
Lord.
backstory.
It is a plus. I'm just confused. Well, Zion's confused.
Mm.
It needs to parse it together.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. Overall, not a bad session. I
All
look
right.
forward to Zion figuring it out.
All right. Shin, hit with it.
Hey, I'm glad we were able to explore the deeper part of the library. I was about to call it dungeon. Deeper part of the library. I'm really happy that we're getting to see more of Zion's background and or backstory, and I'm loving the all the potential bantering we could do about how what we call Zion from now on. And the machine of no name might be getting a name finally.
Is it not Ryan Gosling?
No.
No,
Look,
it's
I'm just
Not yet.
saying, if you accept this as a name, then that means Oroshi's permanently Hurricane.
We'll talk about
I
that later.
don't see a problem here. What? Are you trying to sweeten the deal? I think you're trying to sweeten the deal.
I'm a little worried that like it very much seems like we're on a path where we are going to try to explore every speck of this place. I know you mentioned early on that we
Let's
don't
go.
need to,
Yeah.
and that we will have a chance to come back here.
Mm-hmm.
But
This is a daytime adventure.
this is very much like we were at the amusement park for the first time. We want to see everything.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess that's a good and a bad thing.
Valid.
But no, I'm excited to explore more of the city, and maybe we can travel out west somehow. Maybe follow up on Tento's baggage and deal with Senjin more permanently. But yeah, I also
Is
like
that
all the
my
references he's
baggage?
pulling in from. It is your baggage.
Here's the one that killed her.
Yeah, but she's been after you.
Yeah, she's after you.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, you did.
Oh yeah,
You
you
know what you
did.
did.
You have you're wanted. That's the reason why Senjin's after you.
Yeah, I think he did many things actually, which is why she was
you
hunting
might
you.
have, yeah, you may have been an infamous thief with an infamous bounty hunter chasing him.
You wooed one too many mermaids.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, but I'm loving all the references back to previous sessions, and hopefully we can find the time to explore yet move forward. I don't know how we're gonna do that, but I'm sure we will figure out a way.
Very good. Darren is Karen,
No, that's not my name.
but you care.
And
But I had a lot. That was a lot of fun today. You know, I like the little solo mission Tento had. I like how like it was very fast paced and we just like moved along with it. There was definitely room for me to also just get completely obliterated, but like it kept it moving, but it still felt it like I could still like just die.
Yeah.
I think that fight with the boss or whatever the fuck his name was, if I didn't have that dagger, it'd been a lot longer.
Yeah, and that crit.
And that crit. That crit. I like how we just like, you know, brushed it up like, okay, let's move on to the next thing. Lots of fun RPing. The interactions of Viceroy is just so much fun. And I can't wait to see what this library nonsense is that Tento did not cause. It was already there.
yeah, good luck convincing the one.
Yeah, no one's gonna believe you.
I mean, Lonnie believes it.
Yeah!
You're the
Zion-
issue. You're the problem.
And Zion will
here,
too,
come on.
right, Zion?
Zion has other things to worry about.
Damn. I know that's true, but damn, it hurts when you say it like that. Look, it still hurts my feelings, all right? But no, that was a lot of fun today. Can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, Casey.
Yeah. I mean, repeating a lot of stuff. Fun to see Zion's backstory. I think you handled like the us splitting up the party like multiple times pretty well.
Mhm.
Or like not even like necessarily explaining us stuff, but like we definitely make a regular thing. And yeah, spooky library. Be fun. I can't wait to do shit in here, and then the librarian finds out, and we get perma banned from the library.
Yeah.
And yeah, I like that. Like I don't know if it was like super intentional, but like I don't know, it's like, oh yeah, like you're like kind of like doing a lot of like exposition with like Zion and stuff, but it's still like, oh yeah, like room for doubt, kind of. I don't know, it's like rubbing kind of like all of us in the wrong way, which I think is like good because it's like, yes, you're like kind of exposition dumping, but it's not like they're still just like kind of interactive in that like we
Mm-hmm.
are like just like trying to figure out if it's like believable or not in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, and can't wait to get more straight answers like this one because I think this might be like the one of the first times that Bonnie's gone like a straight answer about what she's been looking for.
Indeed.
That's sad.
Bonnie's been looking for this shit for a long time.
That's sad that the best answer you're gonna get is from a floating ghost head.
No, the book was more straightforward than other shit too.
Fair
Sadly,
enough.
even though that was still pretty vague.
Better than Hueul's answers.
I mean, technically, Lonnie's never gotten an answer from Fayul. He's offered many times, but Lonnie's like, nope, 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 nope.
Pinto's gonna cook that bird one day.
How to cook large owls.
Indeed. So
Oh, you have to cook a cosmic being. Is more like it.
yeah, I think with that we call. I think that's it, right? DPX phase wise,
I think that's about it.
Casey.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, it's been great. We're gonna raid Stone Fires. So I'll see you all in the Flip Dreamers, and thank you for coming out tonight. Yeah. Au revoir. Oh,
Bless you.
they don't let you raid. Oops.
What?
Wait, you can't read anymore.
No, that channel in particular is. Oh, Juan on stream. We're gonna raid Juan.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. That channel in particular doesn't let you raid
Yeah,
it.
it's
Gotcha.
a defense mechanism because unfortunately some people hate raid. So some
Yeah,
people are
yeah.
in network only or whatever. Anyway, we're raiding. Bye.
Bye.